tell something's wrong when I haven't started the lights. The lights. Okay. So let's edit today. Start streaming. There we go. Edit com today, Friday. Adam believes that the indirect PvP idea is a good one and wants to make the prototype more accessible so that we can tell whether it's truly fun. He'll be fixing some code in the morning and then putting the prototype online. Cool. Okay, so the stuff I wanted to fix. Let's go take a look. I don't actually know where I put it. Where did I put it? Yeah, here. Hey, Dale. So I think the biggest issues with the prototype that I made might have been that it wasn't polished enough. Okay, so a slightly better UI for putting attackers and defenders down. Yeah, so let me write all this stuff down. Oh, Hideo wins the jackpot. Okay, so prototype to do. So make it easier to place bots and possibly even allow the player to remove bots. Either do this via a paint system or EJ's idea of pressing the corresponding number on your keyboard. Fix balance. Make artillery do less damage or just make it do less to the CPU. Prevent attackers from putting down more bots than defenders. And lengthen respawn time much longer. Maybe increase defenders' life by about 10%. Yeah, I think there's a lot of potential with a game like this. One thing that I think is going to be an issue is that almost no matter what, this game is probably going to be less casual than a game like King of Thieves due to the automation. We can assign figure it out by default and try to make the game rock, paper, scissors for the first X hours of playing. Do both in prod, pick one for the prototype, seems good enough, but that'll definitely help indeed. Well, so in production, I think I would run this stuff by Jason. Jason would probably design a thoughtful UI that thinks of like what you want exactly. I do think both are probably interesting. In fact, I think both are probably like they work well together. They're not even mutually exclusive. Imagine if these are your bots, except for edit colors. That doesn't exist. So imagine if these are your bots and they just have a number on them. So this is 1. Well, I'll just write them down here. This is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4, this is 5. So when you press that button, it's just selecting that color. And then you choose where you want to paint. So I think that's reasonable. In fact, I could just write both of these. Or I could do both. They're not mutually exclusive. Okay, what else did I write down here? I want to get to the point where I'm more sure that this is fun. At first, the kinds of defenses we were seeing, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think this is it. Maybe the paint system is more user-friendly for a game. Everyone thinks about that. Not everyone uses keyboard shortcuts. Yeah. Yeah, and also not everyone even has a keyboard. So like this can't work on a tablet. You would have to tap the color you want, and color is like bots, of course, but you'd have to tap the bot you want and then paint it into the arena. I think that's fine though. I think there's a UI that can make this more sensible, and I just don't think I've put a lot of time into doing it. So here were a whole bunch of like, let's see, my strategy, lasers and scout bots, and then zapper and artillery defense. As much as I'd like to keep this, I think I'm not going to. So we're going to save this stuff as like prototype observations. This is indirect PvP. Okay. So make it easier to place bots. Let's go start everything up. Yeah. This is probably going to slow down my computer for a little bit. At work, I'm coding with an Xbox One controller, so yes, I agree. How are you doing that, Hideo? There actually is a game controller keyboard. It's not actually a game controller. I don't know how to describe this thing. I feel like I don't know how to even search for this. It was a keyboard that looked like a game controller. Maybe it was something like this. No, this has just a little keyboard. I don't know. I don't know how to describe this. But yeah, someone I knew tried using this at one point. Can't even find the product. It was like a stenographer keyboard where you had chords more than you had just individual buttons. No, I don't know where it is. Okay, so now let's start up the game. We made a plugin to input character everywhere using an Xbox controller. So you weren't doing like C++ move or C++ programming or something like that on a controller, right? Okay. So let's take a look. When you want to make placing a bot and removing a bot, make it so that players can remove bots that were already placed. Make it so that players can paint bots into the arena. There's a lot of kappas for an idea that seems promising. Alright, so the account server still hasn't started up yet. There it goes. I don't know why that takes so long. And speaking of things taking a long time, let's search through the code so that by the time I actually want to search through the code, it's much easier to do. Okay, so let's start this out. So right now, you have to drag to place bots. That's super tedious. So we want to make it so that when you just click, I think we have click handlers. I'm just not sure for what. Why would I have had one? Oh, for selecting a bot, of course. We do have a click handler. Okay, so I can put this in client arena. I think it's tap handler. Yeah, here it is. Wow, that was easy. Okay, so tell server to select spawner. This is going to be different. We're going to need to change this to whatever I do when you drag, which is, I guess, creating a factory. So it's probably got something in spawner here. Server set selected spawner. It's blueprint selector icon. On drag end calls stops dragging blueprint, which calls into that. Yeah. Okay. So here it is. So if util exists placing factory tile, then my player equals get my player. Really get possible spawner tiles and tell the server that we're creating a factory here. Yeah, so this is what I need to do, but only in the case that you haven't started playing the game yet. And there's an X and a Y, and I'm guessing this is a tile X and a tile Y. Where is the X coordinate? This isn't even used. Oh, I see. Seems like people are really formatted to your usual schedule. Yeah. I mean, that makes sense, right? Like, what are the odds that someone new stumbles into this stream when there's like 8 viewers? Granted, if you are a new viewer watching this stream, then welcome, but interesting. I normally start right around now, actually. So yeah, I expect some people to come streaming in. Okay, so we've got to call this function. X and Y aren't used. It doesn't really matter, but placing factory tile needs to exist. What we can do is we can pub sub out that we want to call this. Yeah, let's do that. So this will just be like debug place bot. And then in here, we'll subscribe to it. Debug place bot. Forgot your lights. What a way to welcome. I haven't actually forgotten them. I didn't want to put them on yet. Also, my back has been hurting a lot. I don't know if I screwed up something at the gym or if I slept wrong. But I'm hoping it doesn't interrupt the stream today. Because there have been times where I've said, well, that's it. I can't do anything anymore. Alright, so tap handler. Here's what we do. If controller shift is held, we have this. We're gonna just get rid of this. This doesn't even make any sense. This dot tell server to select spawner. Yeah. So to do check to see if we're currently in, if we've started the game yet. So if, I don't even know what, we don't have an if. And select spawner is like, what, place factory tile or something? I don't know. Let's just try this out. So this dot pub sub dot publish topics dot debug place bot, and we need to know what blueprint you're using. Yeah, we don't have a blueprint ID. It's got to be the one that's selected. Okay. So if not util.exist blueprint ID, then pick the one that we have selected. So store.getState dot, where is this? In-game initial state? Oh, come on. How do I know which one we have selected? It's showing something behind it, so it knows if it's selected. Yeah, this is how it knows. So we have to go to blueprint selector. This dot props dot blueprint icon selected ID. And that's right, Hideo. You were first. Workbench state dot selected bay ID. Wow. Okay, let's try that out. This could work. It's more likely that it doesn't work, but it could work. So let's try this out. All we do now is we click in the arena, and it doesn't do anything. It's not even attempting to do anything, though. Okay, that's fine. We can put breakpoints in. First, let's put something down that's wrong, and make sure that, yeah, okay, so the build is running. Hey, Echo. Pub subbing out. Oh, whoops. Okay, let's try that again. Did it work? Yeah, it did. Okay. Now we just need to get the other side of this working. which is this console.log blueprint ID does not exist. Went with blueprint ID. Yeah, and at no point do I need to restart the server here. So we should just be able to test this out this way. Went with 25. Yeah, wow, weird. That's very weird. Because according to this, everything is working. Placing factory tile? I wonder if we have to do it this way. Yeah, this is probably wrong. Where do we set this? Aha. Here it is. In move dragging blueprint. Yeah, okay. Well, you can't win them all. Let's go fix this. So this dot placing factory tile equals this dot get tile. So we need an X and a Y. And I think it's pretty easy to get that. Yeah, it is. So tile X, tile Y. There, that should be it. This should all totally work now. That wasn't so bad. Yeah, cool. So now you can kind of paint bots on. And that way you don't have a tedious process for setting these up. So that's usability fix number 1. Usability fix number 2 would be, I guess, selecting which one of these you want just based on a keyboard key. Also, wow, those still lost. That's pretty bizarre. So yeah, if you press the 2 key on your keyboard, it would select this because it's your second blueprint. So let's go do that. We have selected bay ID, so then we must have a way of setting this. Action.id set bot bay. No, that can't be right. Yeah, that's not right. Here it is. Set selected bot bay for blueprints. Yeah, I think that is already a huge improvement. We're about to make a huger. So if key code equals key code dot, what did I call it, 1? See, the problem is I don't have all of these different key codes, so I'm going to need to go do that. And I already have these, I know that. But we're going to say store.dispatch set selected bot. I'm going to have this. Today I'll be able to play magically after you upload the new iteration. Yeah, I'm hoping that too. And if that's not the case, then, well, we'll figure it out. And I'll fix everything. So this doesn't exist here, and now it does. And then the only problem is that this takes in an ID, and we don't have that ID. So we need to get all of the different blueprints you could have, which is here, new bays, and then set bays. Okay, so how do we get this? This is in workbench reducer. Yeah, so let's do this. Const bays equals store.getState.workbench reducer dot bays. So we set this to bays 0, but only if it exists. If util.exists bays 0. Let's just do this. Let set bay number equals null equals 0. If util.exists set bay number, then we put all of this in here. Bay number. Okay, so there's 1. Let's also make 2 here. And then let's just try that. So yeah, ideally this, again, just works. And let's find out. So we press 2. It breaks. But why did it break? Bay number is not the file. It's called set bay number. Whoops. Okay, let's try that now. Okay, that's buying upgrades for me, which is definitely not what I want. I mean, let's take away the upgrade code. And then let's put a breakpoint here. So set bay number is set to either 0 or 1, depending on whether we pressed 1 or 2. And then bays should exist, and it probably doesn't. Hey noob. Why no shave? Yeah, I just didn't feel like it. I did not sleep well last night. Oh, this is not an array. Oh, okay, I know how we're going to fix this then. We're going to do bays 25, and it's got an ID. Okay, yeah. So here's what we do. We say bays equals this, values of that. Then, if that exists, we can set this to this dot ID. It's genius. It's genius, everybody. Okay, let's try now. Look at that, it works. And let's see, does this work too? Yeah, nice, okay. So you got some really nice tools for creating defenses now. Ideally, you want to be able to press more than just 1 and 2. So let's go make 3 through 8 work. And to get that to work, we need to go edit key constants so that we have 4 through 8, I suppose. Or 4 through 9, we might as well just add them all. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Done. And now we just need to go do this. Which I guess let's get like let numbers equals this is super weird. Keycode dot 1 0. So I mean 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So now we have numbers there. Duplicate data property not allowed. Oh man, it's this stupid problem. God, this thing is annoying. So if, whatever, fine. This is not worth doing anything about. This is like a transpiler problem. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't even know if there is a 9. I don't think you can have that many blueprints. So 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. Copy paste to the rescue. Oh, Echo, actually upgrades aren't going to be a thing in this setup. Okay, so yeah, now we can select all the blueprints on the side by pressing the number key. So this is much more usable. And no matter what I've selected, it'll let me paint this on. And then when we start the match, I'm gonna win this one. I've got like way more bots than the defender has. So if I lose, this would be a travesty. I better win this. Yeah, looks like I'm gonna win. Yeah, cool. Okay, nice. So we're done with this. So done. Now make it so the players can remove bots that were already placed. So when you play a game and you're like, okay, I want a bot here, here, here. Oops, nope, I wanted it to be right there. There's no way for you to undo this right now. So what I should do is when you try setting one to a place where there already is one, it should undo it. So let's go into serve arena. We have set spawner location. This is going to be a little bit tough to do, I think. Because, yeah, here we're just going to end up returning false because it's already on a tile that has one. So what we need to do is see if there's one there, and if there is one there, then delete it. And delete the bot that's on it. Pretty much just wipe out everything on the tile. This will be fun. Also, I'm pretty sure there's another problem, which is that if I try clicking a bot now, yeah, it's not going to let me select it. But I can fix that. Yeah. Fix bug where you can't select enemy bots now. Okay, so if there's already a factory there, and it's owned by you, So if there's already a factory plus bot and they're owned by you, then wipe out both of them. So we just need to know, is there one there? And then we need to know to delete it. So, oh, there's an easier way to do this. I could do it this way. This dot get tile, tile x, tile y, and then tile has a get entity on tile with component. So const factory equals tile dot get component names dot is spawner, and bot is bot. So if util dot exists factory, then we know that it's you because the enemy player can't have factories. So we delete it. How do we do this? This time mark entity dead. Oh, but it won't actually die immediately, will it? No, it will. It will. We just need to mark it for deletion correctly. So mark entity dead and tell clients entity. Okay, here's code that I should have written a long time ago. We say get real ID from entity. Hang on a second. No, it must have been this. Wait, what? From entity ID? Where does entity ID factor into this? Mark entity dead, but then there's this right here. Get real ID from entity. But then we need the entity ID. There, done. Okay, so now all we have to do is call this function here. So if util exists factory, then mark it as dead, and then mark the bot as dead as well. And there, that's it. We should be done. Let's try it out. Now, unfortunately, this time around, we need to restart the game server because this was a server-side change. So now we're painting bots, and then we're like, oh, let's delete that one. Oh, it worked once, then it broke. What? I can delete all of those, but I can't delete those? If I refresh the page, are they just gone? No. Still no. Strange. Excuse me. That is pretty strange. Let's try this out again. Hey, Thalsey. So, Thalsey, I sent you a message over the weekend. I don't know if you saw it, but at this point, you can ignore it. I was going to send you another message saying you could ignore it, but I thought if you didn't see the first one, there's probably no point sending you another one. Okay, so deleting those worked. Deleting these does not, though. Why not? Is there... What is going on here? It looks like it's on certain tiles I can delete them, and on certain tiles I can't delete them. No, that's not true. Something's making it so that I can't delete them now, and I don't know what that is. Yeah, so the repro seems to be something like this. Place 3 and then try to delete the... No, that doesn't work. Place 3 and try to delete the second one? Yeah. 3... and then delete this second one. No, that's not always the case. Okay, I'll have to figure out why this isn't working. Maybe this whole not valid part is not what we want. Maybe we just want to do this. I don't know why this would fix it, so I don't expect this to fix it. So far, no bug though. Oh, there it is. Okay, yeah. So I click this one and it doesn't go away. So I get the tile that it's on. And I try to see if that tile has a factory on it. If it does, let me say factory exists. So then something's wrong here. Console.log. Hey Zim, or Zemo. What engine is this, and are you coding it to be multiplayer? So it's not an existing engine. I pretty much built it up over the course of the last year. The rendering part of it is not something I wrote though. So that's done by Pixie.js. And am I coding it to be multiplayer? There's kind of a long story behind that. So originally Botland was just like multiple people in a game and they'd all be connected and playing. So this is what the game used to look like. And so all of these would be represented by people and they would have written these scripts and they could affect the arena. But the way we're kind of changing things is such that it's indirect multiplayer. So like this player that you see over here would have set all of this up ahead of time, but they're not currently there at their machine right now. So it's something like if you've ever played King of Thieves or even Clash of Clans. Like in Clash of Clans, you set up your castle in your town, but then when someone attacks it, you're not present for the game. So that's how I'm trying to change things right now. So I'm actually going to be undoing a lot of the real-time multiplayer features, which is a shame because they're coded and they're working. Anyway, I'm going to print out tile X, tile Y. I don't really know what this is going to tell me, unless this is undefined, in which case I'll have a little bit more information. But yeah, Zemo, welcome to the channel. And Hideo linked in the FAQ. That probably has some other helpful answers if you want to look through that. Otherwise, feel free to ask me anything. Okay, so we're going to click here, and then we're going to get the bug to happen. There. So is this working? It's not even calling this. Oh, because the client probably knows that it's not there. So this is just a problem in latency. I should never be able to remove one that's existed for a long time. So yeah, after placing any of these down, they should all be stuck forever. Yeah, and the only reason I could double click them, I see, is because the client didn't know about it yet. All right, so then we can fix this. We say client arena, and we only place a factory in the case till that exists placing factory tile. Is valid equals true? Yeah, we don't care about this. We're just going to set is valid to true. To allow deletions to work, let the server figure out whether this is valid. Anyone know how to view whispers on mobile app? I don't, but if you're asking for the sake of checking the message I sent, it was an actual message, not a whisper. So it was a private message. Okay, now everything's fixed. Yeah, now we can remove these. And so now when we start the game, does it work? Yeah, it does. No, so it was a Twitch message. So if you go to whatever this is. All right, nice. So I just made this much more usable. If you want to make a defense now, you can press a key on your keyboard to pick the corresponding bot. So let's say I want, okay, reflected missiles, cool, and I've got a melee bot. So, whoops, I didn't mean to do that. So I can put down, I'm like, okay, I want the melee bots in front, and then I want the reflected missiles bots behind, and like, maybe I think, no, I don't want that one there, so I'll get rid of that. And then I start the game, and there we go. Yeah, nice. I mean, I definitely still lost, obviously, but... So the next thing to do is fix the bug where you can't select enemy bots. So this stuff is all done. Not being able to select enemy bots comes from this right here. Check to see if we've started the game yet. So if we haven't started the game, if not started the game, then we want to do all of this. There. And we have no tell server to select spawner. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, Hideo, you're right. Well, and that's the entire point of today. And thanks, Delzy. Yeah, I don't think it's needed right now, at least. I think the big questions to figure out later are going to be about progression and everything. Let me find the question section in this document. Also, how does this play into stamina? Presumably, as you go through the game, you're getting more and more bot coin. Does this mean that matching costs more bot coin later? Is it based on the defender? Is it based on the attacker? So KDAX, I'm using Lodash actually, but I mean your point still stands that I'm using a utility library despite having ES6. There are some differences between the built-in for each and Lodash's for each, and also Lodash provides a whole bunch of other functions too, and some of these are pretty nice. So I I like it. I don't think I'm going to stop using this, but to each their own. Alright, so if not started the game, so I don't have a concept of whether the client doesn't know whether you've started the game. The server does, and the server knows it in the player hit play button part. So I guess whenever we try placing a hero, we could just keep track of this here. Purchase hero. There was something to do with a hero here. Where though? Oh, right. This was totally repurposed. Got it. And yeah, KDAX, most of it can be. I think it's helpful to have this though. And KDAX, of course it can, because it's just a JavaScript library. I mean, you could say that about technically any JavaScript library, right? That, hey, why didn't you just write it yourself? But I think it's helpful. And yeah, Remy, new haircut. Alright, so add blueprint to queue. Here we go. And that's right from here. So as soon as you call this, we know that you've started the game. And yes, red is the tortoise. New haircut. Oh man. Alright. So this dot game has started. So I have a whole bunch of concepts of like game states and everything. This is all just prototype code. So this dot game has started equals false. And then in started new game. No, KDAX, I know, and I think some of them are slightly different, and some of them are just helpful to have. But I started this project about a year ago now. I don't know how much of this was natively in ECMAScript and how much of it was provided by transpilation from Babel. There's still no is nil. Well, the funny thing is I wrote another function for that, regardless. Alright, so start. Oh, this is coming from the client arena. So this is not the right place to put any of this. Game has started. How's it going today? It's going well. So KDAX is nil is a function that looks like this. So it checks to see if it's null or it's undefined, which is incredibly useful in JavaScript. And thanks for following, Zemo. Okay, so if not, this .game has started. So we need something in the constructor here that sets this. And again, I'm just prototyping level stuff. So started new game. We don't have a concept of that, do we? Set game state. I guess we have that. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, that this thing gets reconstructed every single time. Set up title screen arena. We don't want that, actually. Game finished. Maybe we do want that. Why not just rely on falsiness instead? I like making things more explicit. That way, you know what you intended by something. Actually, no, that's not even the case. You can't rely on falsiness. So, sorry. All right. So if you have var x equals 5, if not x, then do something. You don't know whether this is false, this is 0, this is null, this is undefined. So you explicitly want a case, and I'll show you like a real world example of this. Let's say the client provides something to the server, and I don't even know where a good example of this is. But in many cases, like a player can provide a value to the server, so an upgrade ID or something like that, and they might just provide nothing. And if I check for falsiness, maybe the upgrade ID that they want is specifically 0, so that wouldn't necessarily help me. So that's where I could use like if it's nil, then do something. And hey, EJ. All right. Okay, so game has started. I could do this in here. What I wonder about is I have, yeah, actually maybe I could just do this here. And then blueprint queue added to queue. Game has started equals true. Let's try this. This might not work for consecutive games. Are we gonna get a cancel match button? Yeah, you probably should have access to that, huh? Okay. Make a cancel match button, or just decrease the amount of time spent waiting. Yeah, Rami, I don't want you to have to wait another lots of minutes. It's Friday. Yeah, it tells you what, this is the last weekend you're gonna have before you start your new job, right? I hate Mr. Internet. Okay. Rami, they weren't doing nothing. They were cloaking. Alright, so I can place factories, and then once I do this, then I can select bots. So that's working as I expect. What's probably not working as I expect is doing this a second time. So let's try it a second time. Oh, it does work. Isn't that nice? Okay, so EJ, check this out. I coded what you suggested. So now if you press 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I mean, you can see what it's doing on my screen. But yeah, you can select blueprints. And then I coded what I suggested, which is being able to sort of paint bots in. And then you can also delete them if you want. So now you have much better tools for setting up your defense and your offense. And once you're done, you can start the game in the same very awkward way that you had to start it before. But that's fine. I could make it so that you press a key to do that. I guess that's fine. Especially because it's probably not using any of these parameters. Game has started. So added blueprint to queue. We do pass in blueprint ID and index, but then I don't think the server's going to do anything about this. Purchase hero. Yeah, player hit. Yeah. Okay, so then we can make a key do this as well. So key code. What should start the game? So X is for export. S is already for the camera. Otherwise, I could say S is start. I guess just Z. Z isn't used anywhere, is it? What? It is? Oh, no, that's not. That's dead code. Okay, let's put this here then. So if key code equals keycode.z, this dot added blueprint to queue. Oh, enter? Okay, fine. I guess that makes sense. So return. All right, let's try that out. Visited a barber, I see, yes. Hey, enter works. So let's make sure it doesn't also trigger this when you have a chat message. Because yeah, there's no way to quit the game right now. So let's export a defense. And that prints out here. Cool, so there's our defense. We're gonna paste this in. And yeah, nice. Now we can start this. Oops, I didn't mean to click there. Great job of visiting a barber then. Yeah, it was about time. I told her when she started, I said, I've waited like an extra 2 or 3 weeks, so you're gonna end up taking a lot of hair off. It's a great day for that, Wouter. A great day for that. Alright, so fix a bug. Okay, so make a cancel match button. I think at the very least right now, let's make it so that you're not stuck in a match for a very long time. Yeah, so right now it's 9 minutes total. I don't think you have a need to spend 9 minutes in a game. I think we'll set it down to 5 minutes. Ideally, there would be a cancel match button for if your bots are doing nothing. Should I just do that? Should I just make it so that you can kill everything? But yeah, key.info. Key code. I'll have to look into that at some point. Yeah, I keep track of this inside of keys held. Alright, I'll write myself a note. Handling key codes. Okay. So yeah, that was it. That's everything other than make a cancel a match button. So if I were to make that button, how would I do this? I guess I need to piggyback off another message like I was doing before. There's some hack code that I had. Yeah, received buff choices. I'd have to say like chose buffs. Well, let's take a look. So how about enter also ends the match? That's probably gonna annoy people. Purchase hero. So if this dot player hit play button, this dot debug concede. Let's just write that. So in order to concede, we need to get all of your bots and just kill them all. Should be pretty easy, especially because we have a debug kill bots, don't we? Debug kill player bots. Debug kill player. Wow, that is easy. What does this do though? What listens to this? Debug kill player bots. Well, well, well. Well, 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 well. Player. Okay. And then we just change this from okayer to player. Alright. Yeah, let's go see if that works. That'd be pretty crazy. Okay, so we place some bots down. Cool. We press enter. We press enter again. And we've quit the match. Perfect. Alright, now all we need to do is this. We need to make it not pressing enter a second time does that. Or, yeah, well, we gotta change a bunch of stuff, I guess. So, what should concede the match? Probably just the key C, right? I'm not using C for anything else. Okay. But that's only if the game has started. So this is conceding a match. We'll have to say that this is like something that the server doesn't use anymore. Something about buffs. Player chose buff. Sounds great. This isn't used anywhere, is it? Nope. No, it's not. But this is. Concede might need to be something more than pressing a key, though. What if I accidentally press C? Well, for the sake of the prototype echo, if you accidentally press C, then you'll just rejoin the game. For production, yeah, there's going to be a menu, there's going to be UI for conceding, there's going to be like an are you sure you're going to lose the match and you're not going to get back whatever you spent to play the match, and like all that stuff will eventually happen. But for right now, is this open source? No, it's not. So let's just say chose above 0. And then on the server side, we'll treat that as conceding. So that gets this thing though. So changing this just for the sake of prototyping. So we'll say arena dot debug kill player bots. This is done from conceding. Yeah. So if this dot player hit play button. So you can only concede if you've actually started the game. That's pretty important. Otherwise, there'd be some really weird fallout there. And this would be debug concede. So arena player. All right, let's try that out. So now you can start a match with enter, and you can end the match with C. Yeah, that works. So if I come back into the match now. Okay, well now that I've added a concede button, I suppose there's no need for the match to only be 5 minutes long. So let's raise that back to what it used to be, of 9 minutes. Alright, now let's fix some balance stuff. Make artillery do less damage, or just make it do less of the CPU. I'll just take a straw poll on this. I don't know if people have a strong opinion on this one way or another. How should I rebalance artillery? Do less damage overall. Artillery is fine as it is. Or do less damage just to CPUs. Alright, let's put that there. Yeah, you still have 2,000 line files lying around. Why is that? So I haven't gotten around to fixing that. That's why. Also, I feel like these are the kinds of questions like a boss might ask me, and not a friendly viewer. I don't mind questions, but the first 2 lines of chat that you typed in here were these, and this sounds more aggressive than I think it probably should for most viewers. All right, let's see what people said about this though. So do less damage overall. Artillery is fine as it is. I think, okay, first let's also take a look at the numbers. Because artillery is doing the most damage in the game of any ranged weapon, and it's scaling up pretty quickly too, 300 to 450 to 600. I think I'm in the same boat of do less damage overall. Okay, let's do it. All right, so I think let's take a look. Artillery level 1 is 300, 2, and 3. So here are the levels for that. No one's ever complained about lasers and missiles, so let's write these down too. Where are lasers? Here it is, 200, 300, 400. And no, KDAX, that's fine. Like I said, it's easy to interpret what you're doing as like, I just want to nitpick on a new code base that I've never seen before. Alright, so 200, 300, 400. Yeah, so I'll give you a little bit of background. This project started about a year ago. I'm the only developer on it. As of the last month or so, I've been just utterly destroying the code base, trying to re-prototype things. So we originally had an idea for the game, and it turned out to be a terrible idea. And now we're changing things so that it'll be more fun. So all I'm doing is getting to the fastest possible implementation of what should be fun so that people can test it. I did this on Wednesday actually, but I don't think expectations were set correctly. So I'm trying again today. I'm trying to make things more accessible. And then once that's done, if the game turns out to be good, then great. I'm going to go through and I'm going to fix pretty much everything. We're going to fully design the game. I'm going to have better UI, everything else. It'll take another like year to finish. And if it's not fun, then it's back to the drawing board and figuring out how I can make it fun. Have I been using ES 2015 from the very start? Yeah, but through Babel. So Node version, I think 4 was what the newest one was a year ago, or maybe it wasn't even at. They hadn't done their big version jump. Make artillery AoE do more damage. Right now it's really just a single target nuke with side poke. Yeah, but Red as a Tortoise, that's kind of how it's supposed to be. Because if you're shooting artillery at a bot that does not have thrusters, then you're basically guaranteed to hit it. So let me show you this. I'm going to use this bot. Let's just put it down in a couple places, and then let's start the match. So artillery here it would just be too destructive, I think, if it did splash damage everywhere. Judge Bacon. Hey, Judge Bacon. Okay, let's take a look at missiles. Missiles are 200, 250, 300. 200, 250, 300. Okay, so with that in mind, should artillery be doing like double the damage of a missile? I guess artillery also has splash damage, so... Oh, I see. And yeah, KDAX, I did have to do that. So splash damage is 10, 20, and 30. 10 splash, 20 splash, 30 splash. Alright, I think splash damage is fine. I know Red as a Tortoise described it as just a poke, but that's okay to me. I think this should maybe be... What should the high end be? Like 500? Let me just paste this down here and see if I like how it looks. So if we set this to 500 and then this one to 400. So then the top level is doing 100 less, the middle level is doing 50 less, and the first level is the same. I think that's fine. I feel like there should just be more cooldown. EJ, you forced him offline. I feel like just having more cooldown might be a good idea. I think the problem... Okay, yeah, I think this is the problem. Artillery is the only projectile with travel time. And CPUs are the only things that can't travel. So they're guaranteed to get hit for the full damage. Yeah. I think that's the real issue. So I do think it's worth lowering the damage on these, definitely. So let's lower this to 400, and let's lower this one to 500. But then I also think the CPU should take less damage. But let's only make one change at a time. Let's use, scientific method over here. Change one variable. Lengthen respawn time to something much longer. Yeah, so this is something that's currently set to... Wait, what? Do I use this? I probably use this. Let's set it to 1 and find out if I use this. Alright. Okay, so I'm going to go and kill a bunch of these bots. Let's put these down here. And they should respawn almost immediately when they die. Yeah, okay, they are. So there's basically no way to win this game. That's fine. I just want to make sure I'm using this time. So it's currently set to 15, meaning after 15 turns, all the defender bots will get redeployed. I think we should double this. And here's my thought process behind this. Is it possible the damage could be fine, but maybe the range of the artillery should be reduced to put them in a riskier, lower lifespan position? Yeah, I think that could be possible. I think part of what's helpful about artillery is that you've got something that only really affects artillery, and that's this right here, of can activate sensors, then activate sensors. By doing this, your sensor range goes up to 7, and then artillery can actually hit 7 tiles away. This might be something we should redesign, given that the game is changing drastically. But I don't know yet. I don't know that there's a problem with it. Like, defenders could do something about this. But I do think there should be more of a downside for picking artillery. No, KDAX, you can give feedback on anything. Like, I'm not gonna ban you for expressing an opinion or even saying like, hey, here's something you can do better. I do think tone is important for something like this. Because okay, more history, I feel. Although if you've been on Twitch, you've probably seen this in other channels. But people come in here saying any number of things and then turn out to be trolls. And It's something as simple as like, why are you using Windows? And then they just never drop it for like the rest of the time that they're there. And their goal is to get banned, I feel. So that's why I have to be wary of new people to the channel. Anyway, artillery is something I should keep under scrutiny. Lengthen respawn time to be longer. I think this is fine. And like I said, my thinking here is that if you're doing a very slow push, you should have some incentive to go a little bit faster than you might want. So check this out. I'll put down a few bots here. Let's do this. Let's start the game. So these bots are doing an incredibly slow push. They are going to just pick away at the enemy's defenses. And like that's fine. They should be able to do this. But then once they do kill that, so this bot's dead. Now 30 turns later. Oh, whoops. I didn't restart the game server, so it respawned immediately. Hey, Orange Ray. Best game UI. And I don't. Oh, wait a second. Darn it. Clicking away from this is going to be annoying, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, well, whatever. Let's do this. So I'm going to set this here, 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 here. Okay. So this bot's going to die. It died almost immediately, but now it will respawn eventually. So let's see how that works. And what this does is it'll prevent the defenders from getting chipped away from a strategy they can do basically nothing about, because their bots will eventually respawn. So the first one should be coming back pretty soon. Okay, there it is. Yeah, I forgot it spawns at the CPU, not at its original position. So yeah, at this point, like these bots have taken hardly any damage, but they'll never win because there's only 8 minutes left and they're doing like no damage to the CPU. Adam said I'm gonna troll 20% of the time. Well, when it comes down to Adam streams and Factorio, that's the 20%, I think. I think it'd be great if the bots were more visually distinguishable since they're displayed as small sprites. Currently, they're all yellow-greenish, which is good for grouping them as bots, but if their behavior is different, they could be easily distinguishable so the player can work on a better tactic. Yeah, and part of this is you as a player have player colors. So, and you'll eventually be able to change these somehow. So, like, let's say you came up with like blue and red bots. You that's your identity in the game, I feel. So now, whatever bots you happen to have using those parts, like they'll still be blue and red, but they will look a little bit different. And eventually, too, I mean, if we zoomed in, you'd be able to see the differences between the different um, like cosmetic loadouts. So here, this player has chosen the white and blue bots, and so I like having that identity for bots. I think as far as differentiating between them, right now the only way for you to do that is really to click these. I think eventually we could just have icons on them that show something like this has missiles and artillery. This one has melee and thrusters. So you'll be able to tell at a glance. But in my mind, that's a UI change, and right now I'm more focused on just game design and prototyping this. And I don't mean that in a dismissive way. Like this is what I've been saying to everyone in chat for the last like month and a half. Okay, so I think this is better, although I accidentally set this to, no, it's 30. That's good. All right, good. So prevent attackers from putting down more bots than defenders. This isn't really necessary. Yeah, I don't think this is necessary. I'm just going to cancel this. Maybe increase defenders' life by about 10%. I'm going to cancel this too. I'll keep an eye on it. But I think that's fine for now. Have you thought about flipping the sprite for defenders? Yeah, I have. I just haven't done that yet. But yeah, they should definitely be facing the opposite direction. Okay, so I'm going to put this online. You guys will be able to play it. It's going to take a decent amount of time for me to get it online. So let's go start everything up. My computer's been crashing a lot lately, and it's always in the same scenario when I'm playing Hearthstone and watching a YouTube video. So I think that my video card is now bad. All right, so let's start this up. Let's do everything. So create all. So I've got 3 machines on AWS. Let's get their IP addresses. Let's do everything that we normally do. All right. and then I should complete a deploy. So in this case, I am going to need to go into here and set this to 22. All right, there we go. Okay. Why are you using Windows? There was someone who came in here, man, it started a meme for about a week. He said, "You seem competent, why are you using Windows?" And I thought it was hilarious. I'd never heard someone ask that question before. Not that way. But yeah, a lot of people say, "Hey, why aren't you using Linux?" And I tell them the same thing of like, I have no real reason to use it. I think I'm efficient enough with Windows. You may want to check out the blue screen dump. So there is no blue screen. My monitors just go black. I can still see the cursor, and no like system level interrupts are working. Then so I just have to shut off my computer, and I don't know. That definitely sucks. So Debian 1. Let's go into here. Let's do this. /clear IPs. Okay. So AWS. Good. All right, and now we can just wait. Where is it? Gotten in the past, there's an issue with Windows 10 driver. Huh. You have temperature monitors? No, I'll take a look at that stuff later, I think. Get temp monitors for GPU/CPU. And check out drivers on this one. Yeah, so I think, since it's always happening with this stuff, I do think it has to be related to video card. And also my video card sucks. It's a GT630, so if I had to upgrade it, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, although I have no reason to upgrade it other than to prevent these crashes from happening. All right, so let's go get the IP address. I need to load up Postman. You guys know the drill. This part has to happen off screen. Hang on just a sec. And done. Okay. I thought this was a lights only stream. Alright, so is this online? Can I SSH into this now? Yes, I can. Alright, so here we are. This should have started up, and it should have given me a game server. It hasn't yet. Oh no, it hasn't started up. What am I talking about? I haven't run anything, so it can't start up. Sometimes I just forget. This is one of those times. All right, let's run these things. All right. Looking good. So I should update how to play now. Alright, so placing bots. You have lots of time to figure out where best to place your bots. You can place as many as you want, but please keep track of how many you use to beat a certain scenario. I'll say, but please try to limit it to however many the defender is using. To place bots, select a blueprint either by clicking it or pressing a corresponding number key on your keyboard, and then left click somewhere in the arena. Left clicking a placed bot will unplace it. Yeah. Okay, so starting the match. To start the match, press enter. Conceding. To end a match prematurely, make sure it's been started first by pressing enter, then press C on your keyboard. Do you use Webpack's DLL reference? No, I don't. Yeah, I don't use that. Hey, 11 Kazoos. And hey, Weedley. So ignore factories. Ignore scrap and kill count, yeah. Setting up defense. So to create a defense, place bots as you would for an attack, but instead of starting the match, Press the X key on your keyboard and copy the JSON data that's outputted into your browser's console. That upload to the site. Also, keep in mind that your scripts are copied exactly. So if you have move right in your script, you'll want to change it to move left. However, yeah. So act as though what color is this? Blue? Act as though the blue CPU doesn't even exist. When creating your defense, create it, well, how do I say this? When creating a defense, so when creating a defense, place bots such that you're defending the blue CPU, not the red one. I guess I should make that bold. Allows you to pre-compile one part of your game and just compile your own source every time. Yeah, I should look into something like that. I'll write that down. Unfortunately, I haven't been looking into these things very actively as of late. There's been a lot of stress around designing the game. So place bots such that you're defending the blue CPU, not the red one. However, don't make bots that try to kill the enemy CPU, as it eventually just won't even exist. Also, did we finally get... Oh, no. Darn it. Oh, I hate it when this happens. So the Overseer couldn't start. Alright, we gotta go start that. Is this Overseer's? Yeah. -- tags start. Did it start now? It's trying to update PM2. 30 seconds down to 2 seconds. Interesting. Hey, provision a game server. Awesome. Okay, well, that's not bad. So place bots such that you're defending the blue CPU, not the red one. When you import the defense, when you export the defense, your bot's X coordinates will be inverted so that they're defending the correct CPU. Don't make bots that try to kill the enemy CPU. And keep in mind that your scripts are copied exactly. Okay, I know this is a lot of instructions. I really, really want you guys to test this with an open mind on how the UI looks and how balance is, but I want to know, is the concept fun? So there are 3 main things that I'm looking for here. Are you having fun making a defense? I don't care about this one anymore. And are you having, well, seeing whether attacking is fun to do? So are you having fun defending? Are you having fun attacking? And how many attempts is it taking you to actually break through the defense? So I'm going to upload this, and you guys will know how to play. The game server isn't actually online yet. Also, let me find out where this gets put. Okay, there. It's been uploaded now. So if you already loaded this page, just refresh the page and you should see the newest one, because it should have conceding there. If you see conceding, then it's the newest page. So yeah, there's only about a page or maybe a page and a half of stuff to read. I suggest you read that now so that you understand kind of how the game works. And then, like I said, we're testing for these 3 things. Just, is it fun, and how hard is it? So mostly, are you having fun playing the game? I just want you to think about that as things are going on. I'm going to make a defense that you guys can try beating. So let me start with a really basic one, I guess. No, none of these are... Darn it. Never mind. I'll make one once I'm online. I watched Rick and Morty. I just haven't seen it in a while. Alright, so let's click this URL. Okay, so everything's online except for the game server. Yeah, so once the game server's been online, let's go take a look. Where is the game server? Here it is. Alright, so screen BL deploy logs. So once this is started up, we'll be able to test all this out. This shouldn't take more than about 3 minutes. So within about 3 minutes, like I said, you guys should be able to just play the game. And then, yeah, we'll be able to test this stuff out. Where's the tortoise? I did see that episode. I didn't even see what message you were referring to because I only saw Hideo's how to play message. But I actually didn't like that particular joke. Getting a plethora of mixed content errors. Yeah, so for the sake of prototyping, ignore all those. If this was production, I would definitely say, like, tell me every single error you see and every bug. But, like, I'm pretty well aware of most of the errors and bugs at this point. And all we're testing is, does the game seem fun? So I know that a lot of fun in games can come from, are there cool animations and sounds, and is there progression, and is there, you know, an achievement system and all this other stuff. Those are what I consider like supplemental forms of fun in a game. So the game design, whatever's at the core of the mechanics that you're using when you're playing the game, that's what we're testing now. And hey, Olo, you should add in the how to play the bee paste you got from yesterday, maybe? Which bee paste? So, man, my back is killing me. God. It's obnoxious. How's the progress? Well, although the game is online right now, check out this, how to play. Just read through this at least like quickly. You don't have to memorize everything, but just familiarize yourself with it. And yeah, the game server's online now, so we should be joining a game right about now. Yeah, cool. Okay. So yeah, I'm in a game, and whoever player number 92 is also in a game. The scripts everyone sent with defenses. Yeah, the problem... Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, darn it. Oh, I forgot to upload everything. Oh, no. Oh. Okay. Don't test anything yet. I forgot a very crucial step of deploying, which is actually deploying. I just wasn't thinking. Rebalanced and fixed some usability issues. Oh man. Alright. Hang on a second, guys. Can't believe this. Yeah, abort. Alright, here's the thing you gotta do. So if you are Hideo, or if you're me, then press the C button in the match after starting the game so that you're... Oh, you can't press it. Oh, darn it. Okay, make a defense such that you lose. That's what you have to do, Hideo. Hey, Tasso-Ken. And hey, 1080p waifu. Welcome back, guys. You're two people I don't usually see in chat that much. Yeah, so Hideo, get off the game server. Uh-oh, what's this? Attempted to choose 0 but only has access to nothing. Okay, cool. So it looks like we're out of the game. Okay, so now all I need to do is this. I need to fake a phone home message by doing this. You ready? You ready? We just do that. Cool. And then we hope that this thing shuts down before anyone else can join a match. Okay, cool, Hideo. Alright, it stopped. Now it should restart. He's scared of losing to you. That's not even how things work. Come on. Restart. You can do it. Okay, online. Alright, nice. Okay, so I think we can join the game now. Yeah, there it goes. Okay, and now can we... Oh, nice. Okay, so we can... Yeah, alright, I fixed it. Cool. And yeah, KDEX, that's the prototype hack that I did for the sake of getting an AI player into the game. All right, so I should be able to, let's just put some bots down and let's make sure this is all working. Yeah, nice. Okay. So yeah, artillery does less damage. Red as a tortoise. I don't remember this. Okay, so I lost the match. All right, so let's set up a defense for you guys to play against. I think that all of the ones that people gave me last time were set to get deleted after a day. So we probably don't have any of these anymore. Let's take a look. Do we have any of these? Yeah, 404. Yeah, I doubt anybody changed it from a day. Let's see if 448 did. Yeah, 404. Okay, yeah, well, we don't have any defenses. So we're going to have to set up new ones. So let me go make some defenses. There's a game that's called North and South. Video game. Wow. Oh. Okay, I need to make defenses. Who's actually like trying this out right now? So just me apparently. Is it okay now? Yeah. Yeah, you can definitely play now. Oh, I see KDex. Yeah, and unfortunately it doesn't work in certain browsers entirely right now because of how I'm using HTTP requests. So, all right. Well, if anyone else doesn't mind, like today is the test to see if things are fun. So, if you don't mind loading up the game, if you can, I've got to make a defense, but I've got to make one. Just concede this match. I've got to make it using bots I actually have, which I think I did on Adam 2. Which account has the real bots? I do not remember this. It was the one that had the scouting thing. Mr. Cloaks. I don't know where this is. Is this one the one? What blueprints do I have here? Cautious bot. Oh, come on. I did this somewhere, but where? I made like 25 different Atom accounts, and one of them has the bots that I actually want on it. I don't remember where that is. Melee and Cloak. Is this the one? God, this is why I shouldn't have 40 different accounts. Oh, great. Damn. And yeah, Tassokan, I might be able to answer for you. Yeah, ask away. Okay, yeah, I don't remember. I don't remember where this is. Maybe it was Adam 25? No, it's not. Alright, well, whatever. This account's probably just lost. Oh, wait, is this it? I think this is it. Yeah, laser and repair. Yeah, this is it. Okay, so I'm going to make a defense out of this. And what, these are the melee bots that scout? Yes, I found the account. I found it. Found it. Alright, so let's put down some melee bots. Let's put down the laser bots first, actually. Laser. Melee. So this is going to be my defense. So let's copy paste this, and you guys can try out this defense if you want. Let's put this on B paste. Actually, first let's make sure I copy pasted it correctly. Yes, I did. Okay. So nice. And does this work correctly? No, it's shooting lasers the wrong way. Oh, no, it isn't. No, it's not. Never mind. All right, expiry 1 month. But yeah, Horforia, you should try this out now. So the big differences from yesterday are, I'll show you. So there's some minor balance things, but now also you can press the keyboard keys to switch between all the different blueprints you have, and then you can just paint them into the arena. So just by clicking, you don't need to drag anymore. I can put a whole bunch of things down. If I want to remove them, just click them again. And then that's it. You can press enter to start the match, and you can press C to concede the match. I can only see one blueprint, no other default blueprints. I only see the B. Yeah, so Anonymous A, you'll still have to make your own blueprints here. So what you're looking at on a brand new account is just the one blueprint with lasers 3. Just edit it, change it to however you want, so you actually start with no cosmetic items. But you do start with some functional items. And any other items you want, just go into the store and purchase them all. So you should have enough Botcoin to buy pretty much everything. So just buy them all, or go onto the news page and open up salvage packs to get them. You should remove the open the blueprint tab feature on click and put it on double click. Yeah, Yeah, I should. Yeah, there's still some usability issues. Okay, I'll write all this down. So day 2. The painting into the arena messed up my ability to go from blueprint screen to the map by dropping bots when I click. Yeah, I'm aware of that. And unfortunately, the solution for now is just undo the bot after you've painted it on. So I know what's happening. You're clicking a bot over here to select it, and then you're clicking the arena to make that screen go away, and it's putting something down. Just click it again and it'll go away. Alternatively, you can press the keys on your keyboard. So 1 will select this, 2 will select this, 3 will select this, and so on and so forth. So you never, or you can paint outside the arena. Oh, that's actually not a bug. I intended for that to happen, but it might just be bad design. In which case, yeah, I could fix that. But yeah, I didn't. That was intentional. I will write this down though. So I'll write some conclusions. Usability, things to fix. So one of them is you should be able to close the blueprint view on the left side without placing a factory. Okay, so I uploaded a defense. It was actually one of the same ones as yesterday, but I want you guys to see like I know it's super tedious to import and export bots. That's not the part that I want you to test for fun. It's mostly, are you having fun attacking and defending? Can't figure out an intuitive way to access the store. So there are a couple of things you can do, Anonymous. One is when you're editing a blueprint, you can actually just click all up here on the upper right, and now you have a mini store right here. So you can buy stuff directly from here if you want, and now you can just start using it immediately. But the only other way is, yeah, you'd have to cancel out of here, go over to the news page, go over to the store page. I think there's no one who knows Python or no one. Strategy is down, I win. So, okay, how many attempts did it take you guys to beat it? And let me get my defense. So, defense is lasers plus scouting melee bots. So, Horforia, how many attempts did it take you? And Hideo, how many attempts did it take you? Beaten by Horforia. Oh, first try? Okay, first try. And Hideo, first try. Yeah. Okay, cool. I'm just curious. And so, to me, what would happen in the real game here is I would need to go into my account and say, like, okay, clearly my defense did not work how I wanted it to. Let me find my account. Yeah. So, my defense looked something like this. Whoops. And they beat it on their first try. So I would need to say, okay, how can I change this so they're not beating it on the first try? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add artillery bots in. So let's go do that. Let's make this an artillery bot. Artillery. Let's go with repair. Oh, these bots have repair. Yeah. Artillery slash laser slash shield. Okay. Okay. And if you guys want to make defenses, definitely post them. Like, let me know, is this better? Because like I said, I think this new game design has a lot of potential, and potential means nothing unless you realize it. So I need to build on this. I know that, but I would need to find out first, is this worth pursuing? And like I said, I think the answer is yes. All right, so I'm going to improve my defense a little bit. Let's put an advice: if you're aiming on a mobile device, which most are touch devices, you shouldn't do any UI element visible on rollover. Yeah, I agree, Anonymous. I totally agree. Can anyone link Botland? Yeah, it's in the how to play document. It's one of the first lines on there. There's the URL. So I could link it in, but I think having the how to play document is good. Well, yeah. Let me know if despite that you still want me to link it directly. So I think a strategy where my bots teleport would actually be really interesting. I use 3 different bots: artillery, melee, missiles. Melee bots watch the health of other bots and teleport to defend them. Okay, cool. And one of the things, Horforia, I'm going to write down some things for you to keep in mind. So, questions at the end. I'll say, especially Horforia, did you find defenses that your typical strategy didn't work against? So, all right, I wanna make this. I'm not sure how exactly. Let's start with shield, and let's give them armor as well. This is like art shield. So we're gonna give them a script. They have artillery, and they have shield. So we definitely want to use artillery if we can. Wait, yes, I did. What? No, I'm talking about like today. So people haven't made any other defenses yet. So you only played against one defense, and you said you did it on your first try. So what I'm asking by the end of the day is, did you find a defense today that like your strategy didn't work and you had to try a different one? Or were you able to just steamroll everything with the same strategy? Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, got it. 5,000 wasn't enough. Can't buy Torsado. Anonymous, you can open packs on the main screen. So if you just click the plus button here, you'll buy packs, and then on the news page you can open them, and that should give you more money. You can also sell off some of the things you already have. So you start with like 6 lasers, I think. You can just sell off 5 of them because you only need 1 of each item. So anyway, artillery, we want that. We want sensors at some point. I want to use, whoops. Where did that go? Yeah, I want to use shield, but I want to shield allies first and then shield myself next. Unless my life is less than... Let's do this. So if my life is less than max, then I'll shield myself. If can shield self and life is less than, let's say 1,000. Did you get a chance to read the Twitch PMs I sent you last night? No, I didn't. Oh man, there's like no easy way to see them unless I know that they came in. So I'll have to take a look at that. I'm going to stick with my Wednesday thoughts with some slight changes. The prototype is working. It got better with the changes you made today. Really better in terms of usability. But at the current state, I'm still not seeing what's next. I think of it as Mario Maker where I'll play 10 games. But with a prototype like this in the current state, I can't imagine playing more than that. So I have fun, but it won't really be fun in the current state. Yeah, and I think part of that is potentially there's no progression. And progression and real players and ranking and everything might keep you in the game. It might not. The Twitch PMs, though. Let me go see if I can find those for you. And nice 11 kazoos. Yeah, if you want to link it in, feel free to. Okay, so Horforia said... Can I put this on screen? Excuse me. Okay, hang on. I'm reading through this anyway. I probably won't put it on screen, but that's okay. Okay, cool. Thank you, Horforia. And hey, Draclin. Tasselcon says, a little confusing question. It's a math question. Yeah, definitely. Go ahead. Go ahead and ask. I'm all ears /I. How do I set up a defense? So, Weedly, here's what you do. You'll click play game, And then once you're in the game, you can paint your bots into the arena by just clicking around the blue CPU to make a defense. And once you've got something you're happy with, you'll need to open up the console in the browser. This is not how you'll need to do things eventually, sure, but then you'll need to press X in the main window. You'll get a gigantic JSON blob that prints out. You'll need to copy paste that, into bpaste, and then share it with people. And then the way that you import it is by taking that same blob and just pasting it in a chat and pressing enter. Once you've done that, you should see the pretty much exactly the same thing that you had over here. I don't know why the colors are still white and blue though. That's a little strange. Yeah, I probably broke that. The UI should have more text to explain things. I'm still confused about what all those tiers are. Why did I choose tier 1 instead of 3? So, Anonymous, I'm not sure if you heard earlier, but this is just a prototype. So I totally agree with a lot of UI changes like, hey, what does Missiles Level 3 do? I have no idea. So for right now, the only thing you really need to know is that Level 2 is always better than Level 1, and Level 3 is always better than Level 2. So you don't know how much damage these things are doing, but you know that Level 3 is doing more than Level 1 is. So you've got to decide based on not knowing the numbers exactly. I can give you the numbers if you want, but I don't think that should play into how much fun you're having right now, other than, yeah, the game might not be balanced exactly. Eventually, yes, the UI will have to tell you all of those things so that you have knowledge of what's going on. But for now, I'm just trying to test, are you having fun making a defense? Are you having fun making an attack? And just what are your other thoughts on the game, I guess. So Tasso-Khan says, I wanted to find a two-dimensional array, but the first dimension, the columns, will be a specific number, and the second dimension will be the input of a user. And I insert inputs with the purpose of user into this array. It's going to be a lot of inputs and loops. It seems too complicated for me. Try to create a class that will create SQLite database in Python. A little difficult for a learner. So Tasso-Khan, I think as far as creating a two-dimensional array, what's helpful is to think of it as just an array of arrays, where any internal array can be any size you want. So in Python, you make an array with this syntax of just square brackets. So if you think of it like this, there's a bunch of data in here, and then there's a bunch of data in here, but it's slightly smaller, and then here there's a bunch of data. Like this is an array of arrays. It's not exactly what you would call a two-dimensional array, but it's an array of arrays, and it accomplishes what you want essentially. So when you're thinking about this, think of how you would build this up. And so in Python, you would say something like array of arrays equals this, and then you would say dot append some new list. And you can do this however many times you want. And then accessing the internal ones, you would do something like array of arrays 1 dot append 2. So all I've done so far is show you the syntax for how to create this thing and set it up. I think that what you should look into is something called PyCharm. It will give you a Python debugger, and if you've used a debugger before, then great. If not, I think you should familiarize yourself with a couple of things. So the thing that I'm suggesting is PyCharm, and I'd say learn about breakpoints, learn about watching values, and learn about changing values. In fact, these are really the only things you need to see. So inspecting / watching values. If you download any debugger, it doesn't have to be PyCharm, and you learn about breakpoints, and then you go through this program, I think you'll find it much, much easier to get started. And by the way, debugging is what you ever see me doing over here when I'm saying like, okay, let's pause. I can see exactly where I am in the code. So like here I am, and I can inspect variables to see, oh yeah, here's what E is equal to, or here's what A is equal to, or here's what bullet speed is equal to. And this will let you see these values, and in PyCharm you can actually change them on the fly too. Sometimes you can't necessarily do that because the debugger doesn't expose that to you, but PyCharm does. Yeah, but even prototype needs text. Not talking about design, of course. It's like trying to build an IKEA furniture without the manual. Especially that I'm pretty sure you already have all those texts, just some copy pasta to help test in a more efficient way. Yeah, I agree to a certain extent. Like, I think there's a lot that's going on in the game right now that's either unnecessary or is not explained well enough. So, for example, money is just you should not even be looking at this. This has no impact on the game right now. The timer has essentially no impact. This kill counter, the entire leaderboard has no impact on the game. So there's a lot of stuff where if I were to go through and clean all this up and explain everything to the full extent, I think it would take an extra like 2 days. And I don't think that's worth it at this point. So I totally agree with you, Anonymous. I it's all a matter of where do I spend my time. And I think for right now, it's probably best spent just soliciting feedback from you guys. So yeah, if you guys end up creating defenses, let me know. I'm still working on mine. And for anyone new to the channel who wants to play and give feedback, feel free to. There's the how to play document there, which includes a link to the game. The game has changed a lot over the past few months. Also, what? I'm still in a game server. Oh, I am. Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to do that. Let's just quit out of that. Yeah, so I'm going to make my own bot over here. So I have what? Artillery, sensors. I don't think sensors should be at the top. That should be at the bottom. Then I have shielding, and that's actually it. That's, I think, all I want. So let's try this out. So let's hit play. I want my lasers bots here. I want my artillery bots there. And I want my scout bots there. Maybe also there. Okay, so now here's my strategy. Let's export this. And let's try beating it. So, okay, there's my strategy. Let's see. Let's just try playing against it on another account. So I'm going to log in as Adam2. Is this the one with cautious artillery? I think that was Adam 5. I really do need to write this down. Horforio's right. How do I remove bots? Clicking on it won't work as it creates a new one. It creates a new one when you do that? It should work just by clicking on it. And yeah, Mr. Internet. Okay, got it. Yeah, one after the third time. This is right. Yeah, Weedly, let me show you how it works for me. And if it's not working for you, it might be that you have a cached version of the client. So if you click them and it doesn't remove them, then just refresh the page entirely. Oh, it removes it and creates a new one next to where it was? Oh, that's strange. Yeah, that is strange. I'm not sure, Weedly. Alright, we're gonna try playing against the script that I just created. So let's set up the defense. So this should be it. So yeah, this is what I created. So now let's take a look. Oops. Oh, you oops. Oh god. Oh man, this is the bug that Weedly's running into. Alright, I know exactly what's happening, Weedly. Oh man, I screwed that up. Yeah, that's alright. Alright, that's actually a pretty big bug. Bugs to fix. When setting up an attack, you can't select the defenders because it tries placing a factory. Oh man, alright, I gotta fix this. No. Yeah, alright. Let's go find out. Alright, so the game hasn't started, we just say that we're selecting something. But we actually want to select the bot. So if there's oh man. It's gonna be annoying. It's gonna be really annoying. Yeah, I should have tested that too. Alright, let me think about this. So we can put this up here. If you click a bot, it should select that bot. But only if it's an enemy bot. So where is the ownership of this thing? Entity ID. Do we have bot clicked equals null, bot clicked equals entity? And so and not util or it's not owned by you. All right, let's try that out. Two things that bugged me. First, the fact that just clicking on one bot on the left bar opens the bar in edit mode when you expect instead to select this bot so you can click on the board to place it. Yeah, Anonymous A. So I I think like I don't know what to say here for most of this stuff because like I'm aware of a lot of these bugs and a lot of these issues, but like that's not the focus. That's not the focus right now. Yeah, so yeah, I think you should not focus on UI. Like picture that I've been coding the entire game for about a day and I say, "Hey guys, is this game idea fun?" If you were to say something like, "Well, the graphics aren't animated well and like I don't think these numbers are balanced." That's the kind of thing you'd expect from a released product. But all I'm testing right now are like these questions. Are you having fun setting up a defense? Are you having fun setting up an attack? And there's kind of the caveat of like ignoring all the UI bugs, are you having fun? Ignoring all the balance things, are you having fun? And no, I totally agree. I think that that's why I'm prefacing all of this with like, I know there are issues. I know they might get in the way of the fun that you might have, but what is there and acting like those issues don't exist is this good? And maybe that's impossible. Maybe you have to say, look, I can't divorce the having fun from the overlooking bugs in the UI. And if that's the case, then yeah, I will try to fix some of those. And that's why I'm updating things today. So here, let's try this out. Did this even build? Yeah, it did. Okay, so ideally we would be able to click these now. Yes, perfect. I think Anonymous A is French, which is why I was pronouncing it that way. Well, that's still probably not how he would want it pronounced. Who knows? All right, I think I fixed this bug. Let's try again. So when I have a defense here, I can click this and see. I can place bots. Oh, I can't place bots. Well. I have prevented that from working. So if the game hasn't started and either the bot clicked doesn't exist or it's not owned by your player, then placing factory. Aha. That's the problem. Oh. Why have you never corrected me? Also, I'm still not totally sure I understand how to pronounce this from what you've given me. Anonymous. I don't know. You should break it apart. It has happened where someone tells me like 2 weeks into me saying their name wrong that, hey, I didn't want to tell you this, but you've been pronouncing my name wrong the whole time. Enemy artillery hits reached me faster than my last shot hit the enemy CPU. Yeah, that's a close match. Huh. All right, what was I gonna do? I was gonna see if I fix this bug. So you can click these, you can click these. No, you can't. Did I even refresh the page? I don't remember. Okay, cool. So I think this is working now. I should upload a new client so that you guys can test this out. Yeah, this is gonna be super obnoxious. There's like no way to close this thing. I should probably just prevent this from opening on your own bots. But you need to know what these things are. But then clicking over here. Yeah, that's obnoxious. Let's try this out. Anonymous net. Honeycombs are delicious. How do I stop eating? What are you, a bear? Thanks, Hideo. I don't know what this character is supposed to be, though. Having some tanks in the front and snipers in the back may actually help, provided the attack priority helps. Yeah, and that's what I was trying to work on over here. I gotta make sure that I fix this bug, though. That way you can place bots. Oh, man. I can't get this right for some reason. So if... Oh, and then if it doesn't exist. Oh, goodness. This is really... When I click enter, I drop a blueprint on my tile. On the tile my mouse hovers over of the type that has a blue background. When you click enter? Wait, what? I drop a blueprint on the tile. Yeah, so I think maybe I'm misunderstanding, but you should use clicking to place things, clicking to unplace things, and then enter to start the game. But I'm not sure what you meant by I click enter. Okay, this is finally working how I expect. So let's go deploy that. Publish to AWS. So I think this fixes that bug. Oh, come on. Only thing matters most for me about what actually happens when the game is running is it's kind of exploding everywhere, but it's hard to know exactly what attacks did what. Like if there's a frame missing between the weapon moving and when it explodes, hard to get hyped when it's hard to know what's going on. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that part of what I plan on doing is, as a player, you should be able to slow down or speed up the simulation as you wish. And I'm not going to end up doing that for quite some time, I think. It dropped a bot when I pressed enter. It was a mine placing bot. Yeah, that's strange. That's very strange. It definitely shouldn't happen. But I don't know how that can happen, because the only place that I have, all we have here is added blueprint to queue, which is this right here, which says game is started equals true, and dispatch and add blueprint to queue, which in the connection manager gets to purchase hero, which does absolutely nothing other than set a boolean to true. So that definitely shouldn't happen. Anyway, the game's been uploaded anew. So if you go back to that URL, it's just the client difference. So like anyone who was already playing, so these two people, this should be totally fine. If you could have weapons firing at different rates, you can distinguish between them more easily. Well, also, one of the things, okay, so I haven't shown you guys this, and I guess now is as good a time to show you it as any, but I was super hyped about this. So you guys might be hyped about this too. But here's a really cool picture of the default bot that you guys will get. So this bot is the starter one. So anyone who doesn't have any bot pieces right now it gets set to the wasp art. So if you go to If you go to a new account, you've got like a wasp bot. Instead, it's going to look like this, but with your colors on it. So this, for example, has this cyan and yellow. Like mine would be green and purple. So then there are weapons that pop out of your bot when they shoot something. So in this case, it's the missile launcher. And obviously, it's shooting a missile. So I think right now it's hard to tell what's going on because projectiles are just squares. They're they're very difficult to discern from one another unless you've been playing the game for a long enough time. But yeah, I literally have like laser.png as a green square and missile.png as a red square. It's because I didn't have these graphics yet. I actually still don't have them. But eventually, yes, they will be discernible from one another. I say the cyan and purple should be your colors, not the yellow, as the purple has more space. No, so weapons aren't going to be colored based on your bot, I think. They'll always be the same. So purple is actually not a color of this bot. Atom update today. But that's still accurate, right? Is it easy for you to add more default bots for testing the prototype so we can have more combination of bots already made? It's not that easy because part of the game is coming up with your own AI. So if I come up with that for you, then which I will eventually, like you'll have more in the way of pre-made scripts and snippets. Because right now you have to kind of build things up yourself, and you're like, yeah, okay, I want this, and I want this, and maybe there's an entire, maybe there's an entire script you want after that. Like that's fine. For me to give this to you right off the bat, though, I think is something like that's part of what I wanted to test today. Also, Noob, another thing about this is that this bot is not supposed to be like super exciting. It's supposed to have some personality, but not like it's not supposed to be the bot that you always want to play with because it's the bot that's given to you from the beginning. So I like it. I like this a lot, actually. I think it accomplishes exactly what it's supposed to accomplish. Okay, so I was busy setting up my defense. Let's go back to that. So I had what? I was on the Atom 3 account. Did I actually finish making this? No, I didn't. Oh no, I did set up my defense. I was busy testing breaking through my defense, and I never did that. So let's put my defense down again. Oh, whoops, I'm on the wrong account. Oh, this never ends. You think I would just learn which account is which? This one. Got it. So here we go. New defense. And now I'm going to set up my slow-moving artillery bots. We're going to put them down here, 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 and here, and here. Let's see how this works. Oh, this works very poorly. In fact, my bots are already dead, basically, huh? Well, not quite yet, but they're basically dead. Yeah, that was a failed attempt. Maybe give you more snippets as you go. For example, if you finish the tutorial, you get them. If you finish the first game, you get another, those sorts of things. Yeah, and I think that's a good way to expand what you have access to easily. Because what I don't want to do is limit you to having certain things like let's say you open up Blockly at first and you're like, wait, what? I don't even have an if statement. Like, how am I supposed to write any code? So I think giving you all of these basic things that by default is fine, and not expecting you to even use them. That's why we have the figure it out for me function. But yeah, snippets that are more thoroughly developed, like this one, for example, teleport is more than just one line of code. It's find the closest enemy, and then if they exist and they're far enough away from you and you can teleport to them, then teleport to them. So this is what you'd expect out of a teleport snippet, but it's not something that's, just one or two blocks. In fact, this is a lot of blocks. Was it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, so 13 blocks form this thing. Hey, camcorder. What am I doing? So I think you should read through a couple of things today and the FAQ. All right, so my first attempt did not work at beating this. Let's try attempt number 2. So what do we have here? We've got some lasers bots in the front, artillery bots, and then melee bots on the side, and they have cloaking. So honestly, like, I don't know what's going to beat this, and I think that's what the fun of this is. If the defense is always static, can't we have bots that can siege? I mean, that can have higher range, because static defense is kind of always having the upper hand. No, so static defense is not necessarily having the upper hand. I think of this in the way that I think of AI in other games. Think about any other RTS that you've played. Chances are the AI is just cheating, outright cheating. Like if you play Warcraft 3 and you set the AI to hard, it's getting gold and lumber every few seconds, regardless of whether it's harvesting it or not. And if you play Command and Conquer, it's the same way. Most games, the AI is going to know something that they shouldn't, just so that they didn't have to code a perfect AI. If they could code a perfect AI, then that means that a player could also do the same thing, and they wouldn't need to make decisions during the game. So typically there's like too many decisions to make, too much of a decision tree to go through. So having higher range, you can get that through artillery if you want. And the way you would do that is you would just take a look at, let me delete all these. Take a look at the pre-made script, RD artillery, and you're going to look at just these lines. So there's activate sensors. This will make it so that your vision range expands by 2 tiles, and then you can fire artillery actually up to 7 tiles away. So you kind of have that. Would you be up for adding this emote to your chat? I'm probably not going to add emotes to chat unless they're like meaningful to Botland or me, I suppose. So no, sorry, noob. Is Scratch that simple? Why did I learn C#, JS, and Python? Yeah, and repositories, that's another problem, I think. A lot of AI in old RTSs would make it so that just certain things had no use whatsoever. So I was playing Tiberian Sun yesterday. There's something called a stealth generator. Like, even if you stealthed an entire set of buildings, the AI will still find you somehow. And, like, should it be able to do that? No, probably not, but it does. And yeah, that's so that you can't just cheese your way through the whole game. So I think defenders actually don't have an advantage because they can't pick where they're set up and they can't counter what you're doing. Let's say the defenders just have lasers. Then like you have a very clear way of beating them. Just put down reflect bots and you're going to win without doing pretty much anything. All right, so let's set up some melee bots. You know, let's just set up a bunch of melee bots. Let's see how this works. All right. That actually did better than I thought. I did lose though. How many bots did I put down though? I think it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think it was 9 bots. So I think had I just put down the same number of bots that the enemy had, I think I probably would have won. And this is, how many do they have? 3, 6, 9, 10. Yeah, they have 10. So had I just put down 10, I probably would have beaten them. Let's try that out. So let's do this, 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 this. So that's what? 6, 7. So I need 3 more. So let's put them down here. No, let's not. Let's put them down up here. There. So that's 10 bots. We're going to start this off. And now I think I will win the game. Yeah. So, okay, this is what makes me think that the balancing needs to be skewed even more in favor of defenders. So, for example, maybe attackers have to have 2 fewer bots than the defenders have, and then they still have to win somehow. I think that would make the game a lot more challenging. Conclusions. Defenders are too easy to take down with the same number of bots because the attacker inherently has the advantage of being able to counter their hardware/script. And yeah, for anyone new to the stream, I'm definitely looking for feedback on the game right now. It's not finished by any means. But I want to see whether it's fun to play. So I find it fun to try to beat the enemy, but I guess part of what I'm doing is when I'm trying to beat an enemy, I have this basic thought process. Are they using just one kind of hardware loadout? If so, use paper to their rock. Are they using enough variance so that there's no clear hardware winner? If so, deploy a whole bunch of nonsense and hope it works out. Yeah, and I think that last part is like sometimes I'll spam one type of bot and see if it wins. Sometimes I'll put down a lot of scripts that work well independently. Yeah, and hey Luculus, I don't know if it's worth pursuing the game if people don't find it fun right now. I also don't think anyone's really like playing that much either, which is, it's hard to get feedback. Yeah, nobody's even online. Oh boy, but we did have 37 games that were played. Total number of players seen 42. Because people canceled out of the queue. Oh, 5 failed reservations. I don't even know how that happens. Huh. So how many bots do they have? 8, 11? Let's go back onto this account. I'll set up... What should I do? So if I put these here, and I put down my artillery bots here, and I put down my melee bots in front. Now let's try that out. There we go. So part of what we could do, excuse me, part of what we could do here to make this harder to break through is like defenders just progress so they have a level. I think that gets rid of the strategy aspect. All right, let's try this out. So I'm in the game. I'm going to paste in this defense. And I'm going to try just melee bots to beat these. So let's put down the same number that they have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, let's try that. Yeah, so I guess them scouting means that all their scouts die almost immediately. Yeah, that's it. So to prevent the attacker from using long-range artillery strategies, the defender almost necessarily has to pursue the attacker. By pursuing the attacker, though, their bots will be much weaker to a melee strategy that kills off the scouts. What if I made a strategy that just shielded the frontline guys? Then you'd have something that pierces shields, I think. But yeah, I don't really need to think about this too much. These bots are beating like every layout. In fact, would they beat this one too? Basically, if I just copy the same layout that they have and I put down a bunch of melee bots, it seems like they almost always win. This time they might not. They took a lot of damage before they made it over there. Yeah. Yeah, so they didn't win that time. I wonder if I just placed them in a different way if they would win. I don't know. I don't think they're going to win. Oh, they almost did. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this stuff. Like, I wanted to get feedback from people. I think it's mostly the same as it's been. Try putting artillery 3, thrusters 3, armor 1 bots in a zigzag manner, like you just did, that only focus the CPU. Yeah, that's almost always going to win, I think. In fact, I already have that written out somewhere. I think it's on a different account, though. It's on Atom 5. Whoops. That's not Atom 5. Right, I think I have... Yeah, Womp CPU. Here it is. Yeah, so I just put these down. These will probably win almost immediately. Yeah. But that's not... I think part of the balance issue here is like... Artillery almost definitely needs to do less damage to CPUs. It's the only projectile with travel time, and CPUs can't travel. Also, it doesn't hit bots in between and can be fired from very long ranges. Yeah, I don't know. The conclusion I'm taking from this is mostly like this game mode won't work. And this goes back to what I was saying before of have I prototyped it enough? Like imagine if I fixed all the UI issues. I tried perfectly balancing the game. I made it easier to set up defenses and to set up attacks. Would that would people all of a sudden start saying it's more fun? Just remove it from the game. It's just super overpowered in this type of game mode. I think removing it is unnecessary. I mean, if you made it do like 1 damage, to me this is like the free market system, right? You could sell something, a microphone, for $7 trillion, and no one in their right mind is going to buy it. And if you sell it at 1 penny, then every single person is going to buy it and then resell it for what's actually appropriate for it. So it's all about just balancing it to where you've got however many people you want using it. And right now I feel like it's one of the core strategies in the game because of how powerful it is. So I think just balancing it so that it's lower or adding cooldown afterward could be all that it takes. In fact, I think the cooldown way is probably the best. Of when you shoot artillery, you're really using 2 turns instead of 1. I think... Hey, the Dutchon. Welcome back. I think adding cooldown after shooting artillery may be a good idea. Okay, so where does this leave us? I guess I have to go back to the drawing board a little bit here. Also, did we ever get... No, we didn't. What about one turn to get ready to shoot and a self root while it's shooting? Yeah, some amount of like it has to take more time, I guess. I think if it's one turn to get ready to shoot, then you might be shooting at something that is much closer to you. So I'd rather add the cooldown afterward. But yeah, I think something's inherently wrong with this. All right, I'm gonna go use the bathroom. When I come back, let's get back to the drawing board design wise. I'll be right back. Hmm. All right. Well, let's Friday. Put the game online for fun testing. He's not sure it's working. It's designing. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I guess what I would say, I'm not sure if people are having fun, although it's hard to say what this is a result of. Like, there are UI issues, balance issues, and no true incentives for anything other than to help me test. I.e., there's no progression, no sense of ownership, no matchmaking. And that's what I wonder about. So when I think about this idea, I think it has a lot of potential, but if in reality it's not working, then you'd have to say, okay, well, we can't keep working on the idea. The problem is, I don't know if this is reality. Like, we're testing in such a bubble that it's kind of, it might not be prototyping what I want to be prototyping. But I don't really have a fallback idea. Like, I don't know how player versus player would work. Well, we do have all of the systems for it in place at least. But maybe I should just pursue that. So let's take a look. So hang on a second. Let me see something. Yeah. Okay. PvP. Because I thought about this for a while. I just wasn't sure how this would work out. And I still don't know. I'm having removing balances issue. I know it's a small, fun 10 games, not having fun anymore, so it's hard to get a conclusion from that. Yeah, and I think given that games are pretty fast, like I okay, here's what I wonder. First of all, what I wonder about is if I type King of Thieves and Google Play, does Google Play tell you how many people are playing your game? Okay, well, it has 777,000 ratings. So that must mean it has millions of customers. Because otherwise, like, I can't imagine more than 10% of people probably rate the game. So they're doing pretty well, and this is just on Android, and I haven't even checked the other markets. So what I wonder is, let's say you took King of Thieves, just the main gameplay of like, hey, here's a dungeon, and I just gave you a whole bunch of dungeons to try to beat. Like, would that even be fun? And yet, tons of people are playing this game. Because, yeah, imagine if instead of this, you had... So, like, I'll take a picture of this. Here's what you currently have in the game of King of Thieves. What if instead of this, I drew some, like, terrible... I'm like, alright, yeah, here's a door. Where's the triangle? Here it is. So here's a door. And your character is just represented by a star that's jumping somewhere. And you've got, like, this buzzsaw here. You got a platform here. You got another enemy here. And an enemy here. And the chest is here. And, like, if I draw this out and I'm like, okay, yeah, now imagine that you're moving this triangle and you're like, you got to jump over here and then jump over this and dodge a bullet from this. You might be like, all right, yeah, I guess. Like, maybe it's fun. On the mobile Google Play app, it tells you how many downloads a game has. Huh. So you'd expect them to say it here too, given that they can fit more things. Read more. Installs. Yeah, 10 million to 50 million. That's crazy. And that's just for Android. Like on Windows Phone, given that it's one of the only games, it's probably got like any gamer on Windows Phone has probably at least tried this maybe. And on iOS, it's what? It's going to have at least like a few million, I bet. Yeah, and that's what makes me think, how much of this have I prototyped? Like, again, if you look at this, you'll be like, well, Adam, the graphics aren't good. There's like, how do I control this character here? And that's the kind of thing that makes me think that maybe it is worth doing this. If I were to prototype all of these other aspects and fix things up, I would probably have to spend a couple of weeks so that you feel like you're getting a good sense of the game. I don't think making defenses is that easy, though. I think that's the issue here. I think making defenses might... Well, I think both making attacks and defenses are not super easy, given that you want some behavior that you have to describe via script. So yeah, the problem with today is, like, nobody uploaded defenses, for example. And maybe they were trying, but I don't know the reasons for this stuff. I got some feedback from like Hideo and Horforia and Anonim, excuse me. Yes, I'm not sure what to do. So, okay, if I believe in this, then I could prototype at least the biggest issues here and work that out. I think giving each player a defense would be important. I do think this would take like a couple of weeks. And at the end of that, yeah. If at the end of end of the weeks of prototyping, I still don't know for sure whether it's fun, then I essentially wasted those weeks. However, not prototyping is what got us in the game design mess that we're currently in. Yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure what to do then. Because, okay, one of the things that I could do is when you log into the game, like right away you see you've got money in your account and you've got a whole inventory of stuff. If I restrict this and put progression in the game, like for real, so now every time you win a match you get money and you're spending it, it would have to happen on such a smaller scale of like, hey, you're progressing through the entire game over the course of an hour, whereas this might really take, you know, an entire year to get all of these items. Those are the kinds of things that I worry about. I think that by prototyping, yeah, I don't think there's anything to gain by prototyping progression. I think that it's hard to give people this sense of risk in spending money and still allow them to progress if it's all going to take place in about a half hour, an hour. So yeah, I think prototyping progress is unimportant. The sense of ownership, this was like, yeah, my defense is not my defense, and no matchmaking. About not having matchmaking. I don't think this is necessary right now, but I also don't see people making defenses. I think the biggest issue is we don't have defenses to test. Yeah. I think the biggest issue is that we don't have defenses to test. You could try something with a level design. Instead of the bots simply just plowing into each other, they could take cover behind a wall, regen health, and then attack again. Yeah, adding in walls was something I wanted to do. If I give players that capability now, though, do you think it helps? I mean, people aren't making defenses as it is. I don't think adding in walls is probably going to let them, or I don't think it's gonna make them want to make defenses anymore. But yeah, I do think that giving walls eventually is going to be good. I think the two core issues are there aren't a lot of defenses to test. But I think the other issue is this whole suspension of disbelief. I mean, imagine if I told you to watch Avatar, but instead of like well CGI'd blue people, you were looking at like MS Paint graphics. You'd be like, I can't do it. I can't put myself in the position of a viewer. I just can't. Like, no movie's gonna have MS Paint graphics. They'll have hired an entire team of professionals. I think that's what's happening. That's why I said to at least include the previous ones in the how to play. It's not really easy to share. I think it goes in the same direction. Yeah, and yeah. Okay, so I could make defenses easier to share, e.g. by having them be built into the game itself. This means that when you export, everyone immediately sees a new defense is ready to be tested. Yeah, and I think the other problem, so yeah, my overall conclusions here, I should write these down actually in this document. But eventually, players are going to have to dive into scripts to succeed. Minimal thing could be having the script copied to the pasteboard automatically. Actually, yeah, that's a pretty good idea. Paste API. Creating a new paste. Huh. Interesting, Hideo. But yeah. So one, not many defenses were made. So let's make this more readable by you guys. Or whether the game will be fun. Since, yeah. And the suspension of disbelief problem. I guess it's an immersion problem. Like, they're not your bots. You haven't spent time and money creating them. Balance isn't there. There are UI issues, etc. And all of this is taking you out of the position of I'm ready to enjoy this game, and instead putting you into it's hard to look past these flaws and missing systems. Yeah, so I think for this, I could take Hideo's advice and make it easier to share defenses by automatically connecting to Pastebin. Maybe, is there a way to get a paste as well? Creating a paste, listing pastes, getting raw paste output. Oh, that's pretty easy. Yeah. Maybe I auto export to Pastebin, and instead of copy pasting a bunch of JSON, I make it so that you just paste the link into chat and it fetches it for you. I think that's a good idea. The immersion problem is something I pretty much just can't do anything about unless, yeah, I can't do anything about this. Well, I can't do much about this. J3 LTE Pastebin.js. Oh, nice. Get paste and what? Create a paste? Create paste. Huh. Why not serve your own paste share device service? So I don't. The goal here is to make it easier to create and share defenses, I think, and because that's the goal, I think doing it is just using the tools that already exist is the best way. Like if the goal here was to, let's say I knew for sure this is how you share defenses in the future is by like sharing them through a paste site, then yeah, I shouldn't rely on a third party and I should make one myself. But I don't think that's a goal here. And I think that this is part of the immersion problem of like you shouldn't have to do any of this. What you should have instead is you should be looking at Botland and you see this giant play button right here. When you press that, it should be like, oh, you're now playing against Draclin. And here's Draclin's defense. I didn't need to type anything in. I didn't need to do anything other than just tap my iPad. And I'm like, there it is. Now I can say, okay, what's he using? All right, artillery, missiles, missiles and lasers. All right, cool. Yeah, I know what my strategy is going to be. It's going to be this. And I put down my defense. And I'm like, okay, go. And there. Like, I'm playing the game. And I'm not worried about how did I get to this defense? Like, what in the world is going on? That's what should be happening, I think. Do you not already store all of the user's data? If I'm a user and I set up an attack or defense, why can't that just be a record in your already existing database? So yeah, I do store the user's data, and yes, eventually this would be a record in the database. But in order for that to be the case, like when you're setting up a defense, I need to, like you set this up, and then let's say you press the save button. I need to do all of that instrumentation of, okay, save this, make sure that it's valid. Then when another user wants to play against you, go download it from them. And like I can do that. I can totally do that. But I think that would take at least a full day of prototyping. So yeah, probably actually more than a full day because you need players to play against still. So I thought in the meantime, let's get it to just the simplest implementation of let's use pastebin. And I think we can make that even simpler. For the pasteboard thing, you can use something like this. How do I copy to the clipboard? Wait, what? Huh. Yeah, but I don't know if this is gonna like fix stuff. And like, let's say I do this and I get the same feedback of like, well, it's pretty much the same as what I was already doing, or people's defenses aren't very well thought through. Then I guess it's more balance problems, and then I fix the balance problems, and then I'm not sure. Yeah, Hideo, I think that's a good idea. I'm not sure if I want to pursue this avenue yet. Fetches it for you, and then does a whole bunch of other stuff for you too. Okay. Said you had less defense today, that could help. But behind that, I don't know if it's worth prototyping now. Yeah, I just need to think about it. I think it's probably worth doing. And Wheelie's making a defense now. I think that's good too. So part of this is like, okay, so making a defense isn't easy. This addresses this concern. Um, Part of the concern that we're not testing here is that we're not addressing here is that it's not easy to test a defense. For example, as I'm creating it, I probably want to try it against my, like against strategy A, against strategy B, and against strategy C. And if it works against all of those, then I decide to go with this defense. Hey, Tricky Train. Wanted to share that you don't show up as online for me, and you don't show up in my following list that you're streaming live. It's been that way for a little while now. That's strange. So if I'm your friend on Twitch, and I can't check my friends list, so I don't know if we are, but I shouldn't show up online there ever because I have myself set to invisible, but I should show up in your following list. Let me write this down. as I'm creating, I probably want to try it against strategy A. Strategies A, B, and C. And if it works against all of those, then I decide to go with this defense. Huh. Yeah, weird, tricky train. Thanks for letting me know. I've been online now for what? 2.5 hours, I think. So that must be Weedley. Okay, so here's what I think. At some point, I need to make a decision here. I think that making defenses easier to import and export is a good idea for now. Of course, making the defense is still not easy. So I guess there were two problems. There are two problems here. It's not easy to make a defense. Writing scripts specific to defending isn't the easiest. And testing your defense once it's done is practically impossible. Plus, after testing it, you need to rebuild it from scratch. Yeah, so I think these are the biggest issues about making a defense right now. Is like, I go into the game, and I say, okay, let me make a defense. So I put this down, and this down, and I'm like, okay, perfect. This is like an impenetrable defense. I'm going to try this out. So in order to try, you need to export it, you need to import it, you need to join a new game, or get rid of these things now, and then play against it. Excuse me. And after all that, you need to say, okay, yeah, that didn't really work. Okay, what did I have? Was it this again? All right, then let me put those bots back down. And now instead, I'm going to put this one in here. And now I want to test that all out again. It's just not easy, I think. You want players to be able to just be able to have whatever defenses they want, as many designs, as opposed to Clash of Clans where you have one base layout available at a time? I'm not totally sure yet. So my way of approaching this was, let's try to see if the game design is even fun, and then let's answer all of the rest of those questions. Because if you know that it's not fun by default, then there's no reason pursuing the rest of this. And I still think this has potential, and I still think we're just not realizing that potential into a system. So the old way Botland was, I don't think this game had potential the way that it was laid out. I think it was like a fun thing to watch play out, but it wasn't fun to actually play the game. It's just like, hey, it's a simulation, and you're like, this might as well be a screensaver. But it's not. I don't think it's a game. And I don't know. One of the questions I still have is, could this be made fun? And I'm not sure. I keep analyzing the whole PvP aspect of this, and I think if you're going to do that, you need phases, you need tons of bots, then you need ways to interact between the phases in some meaningful way. And I think that would just be very hard to do. Haven't tested my defense, so the scripts might not work properly, but here it is. And yeah, I just did that, not PvP. Alright, let's take a look. So here's Weedley's defense. Let's paste it in. And let's see what he's got. So artillery cloaking shield, teleport melee thrusters, missiles shield cloaking, lasers reflect cloaking. Okay, he's got a whole lot of scripts. So yeah, let's just put down a whole lot of scripts in response. And this is another one of the things I think is part of a problem with this game, is like, okay, he's got a defense. Like, let's just try random things until we can beat it. And maybe that just means I'm not good at strategy games. In fact, that's probably what that means. I want to put these down. All right, so how many bots does he have? 4, 8, 12. Let's just put down 12 of these bots. There, let's go. See what happens. Yeah, so if this shows me anything, it's showing me that the defender needs more of an advantage, or maybe just that these bots are too powerful. And yeah, Drachlin, I definitely agree with that. It is very tough. Let's try this Laser's Armor script. Let's try this against Wheatley's strategy. Hey, Sky Blue. So he has Reflect on some of his bots, so this probably won't work the greatest. Okay, yeah. I think this is part of the issue here, is like, as an attacker, you can't be allowed to have so many bots. Because if I tried doing the same thing with fewer, so if I tried 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I have 2 bots fewer. And yeah. All right, out of curiosity, let's try this with 5 bots fewer. Could just be Wheatley here. No, I don't think this works. I think I can do it with 2 fewer, but not 5 fewer. No, Wheatley, I really appreciate that you made one. Like, I think that's good. And I think this is part of the game of like, I think a lot of people would probably play this. Imagine if I'd polished everything and you got to the point where you're like, whoa, I can write scripts and I can do all this other stuff. And you'd make a defense and you'd be like, yeah, it doesn't work, or it's not beating 70% of the different bots out there. Then what would you do? You'd either probably say, I'm going to quit, or I'm going to go copy paste a strategy that someone else has already made that's better than this. Is the projectile data exposed to the AI script? No. So the only projectile that actually takes time to land is artillery. All of the other ones, as soon as it's created, it deals its damage immediately. So the projectiles traveling to the enemy is just for the client's sake. My idea was to use teleport melee to make all enemies stop to attack the teleport bots and then have the shooters artillery them down, but it didn't work. Well, and so you could fix up the scripts and then try to get them to work, I guess, but then there's still going to be this issue of like, maybe would levels for bots help? Not sure. Clash of Clans is a really good example to take references from. For example, people love building their own bases even if they suck. And people do post base designs online and people do copy them, but that doesn't stop anyone from wanting to make their own and personalize it even when they suck. Yeah, and I think there's a lot of creativity that you can put into this, but if it doesn't work out in practice, then I think that your creativity is greatly hampered. And maybe that's just games in general, because in a game like Hearthstone, there are a lot of cards that just nobody touches. And that happens in I think every single card game. And they're cool cards sometimes, but they just don't fit in the meta right now, or they're not powerful enough, or something, or a deck hasn't been found for them. And that doesn't stop people from trying to use them, but it does stop people from trying to use them at the competitive level, which I guess is a small percentage of your player base in a game with 50 million players. So yeah, you're probably right, Jacqueline. But I think like okay, Weedley's strategy of hey, let's get the melee bots to go up front. I think part of the problem is those melee bots are going to get gunned down pretty quickly. So what if you could influence what level your bots were? If you could influence the level of your bots, maybe this is something that you can distribute over your army. Yeah, yeah, Wheatley. I think so. Wheatley wanted tank bots to teleport in and absorb enemy fire. Melee is useless as defense, honestly. Yeah, maybe that's the case. Maybe melee just isn't powerful enough for defenders. Hey, Ray. Or I can't see a way to get it to work. So there's a way that I'm thinking of that I... Okay, let's try this. This could work. So what we got to do is we got to log on to the Atom 3 account. I'm going to make a defense here. So what I want is... Okay, this is going to be the tank bot. And we're going to give him the scout script. And we're going to give him melee, armor, and thrusters. So there's the tank bot. That's done. Oh, and actually, you know what? No, we can't give it just the scout script. We got to give it a new script that's like tank script. And this thing is going to say at the beginning, it's going to say shared A equals... This is what we're going to do. Shared A equals X, shared B equals Y. And as soon as this thing gets deployed is when that stuff's going to get set. And then we're going to rubber band. We're always going to be within 5 tiles of the CPU. So perfect. Okay, so there's our tank bot. And let's, I guess, have it look a little bit more tanky. So we'll buy these cosmetics. Okay, so in an effort to make it look more tanky, we'll give it the bulldozer stuff. There, cool. So there's our tank bot. Now we're going to make a shield bot that only shields the tank bots. So I guess we'll give it this artillery shield. So here's what we do. We say get entity at shared A, shared B. And we set that to a variable. So set tank bot to that. Now, if that exists, oops, darn it. Okay, hang on. I'll get there. So if exists tank bot and can shield tank bot, then shield tank bot. So now that's the first part of our script. Now we don't even care about shielding ourselves unless our life is less than 1,000. Okay, so now here's the script that we have. Thanks, Ray. Okay, so let's try this. I'm going to make a defense out of these bots. So we're going to put down a bunch of these and one tank bot. Let's put down a couple more. There we go. Okay, so let's export this strategy. All right, so here it is. Let's try beating this strategy now. So we're going to paste it over to here. And I've got my bots. All right, yeah, let's try this. All right, so let's import it. Done. So there's our tank bot and everything else. And I'm going to make a bunch of melee bots. Let's use this one. So this bot is going to have shields on it that last a very long time, or at least that absorb a lot of damage. So let's put down a bunch of bots and just see what happens. So there, it's got like 10 shields on it. You can see that it's just... Okay, it ended up dying anyway. This didn't work. Oh, it was a good idea. Alright, let's try that again. So it did get shielded. Upload your defense to us. Yeah, I don't think it's a very good defense yet, but I can upload it, sure. So this is where I think the fun of making a defense is like, I want the scripts to do exactly my strategy. And this strategy should be really good. I just don't think it's playing out in reality here. So let's put the melee bots down right here. So they're going to try to attack this bot, which is going to be very heavily shielded. And yeah, they're doing damage to its shields, but it's... Yeah, once they finally break it, though, then that's it. It's done. Am I trying to beat myself? Yeah. Yeah. What if I just made shields last longer? So hardware constants, shield. What if I say duration of shield goes up by, let's say, 4 turns? Let's just multiply it by 2. So now shields last a really long time. Let's try that out. Okay, so here we are again. So now shields last much longer. So now we're going to put down a bunch of bots over here. And this bot should be indestructible with all those shields on it. Oh, it's just taking so much damage that it dies from that. And then artillery isn't enough to kill it. You know, I bet what would happen here... Let me just concede and rejoin the game. I bet if I deployed these bots... Melee thrusters armor. I bet these wouldn't be able to beat it. Let's try that out. Because these will get hit by the artillery, which was the whole point of this. Oh, they're still winning. Yeah, so I think what this means is the shield isn't shielding enough damage. It's absorbing 500 per shield, though. So how many shields are there? Let's take a look. Because maybe this is just not balanced. Who knows? So there's what? 4, 8. So there's 8 shields on this thing. So that means it can absorb 4,000 damage. But melee is doing 550. So it's absorbing 7 hits. 7 and 1/11 of a hit. So 7.9. 7.09, excuse me. So that's probably why this thing's dying so much. It's dying so quickly. So maybe the cooldown on shield is just lower. I don't know. I don't know what's best to do here. But if we say, what if we just lower the cooldown to like 3 and duration is cut back down to what it used to be? This could work, maybe. Okay, so we're going to put down these bots again. Oh, God. It's just not playing out the way I expected to. May I ask where you're from? I haven't been answering that, so I suppose you can ask, but yeah. Yeah, shields are still just getting ripped apart. It makes me wonder if they're even absorbing the amount of damage they should be. But if I set this to like 1100... These have shield 3, right? Yeah, they do. He's from Botland. So now this thing shouldn't die, I hope. Yeah, now it's pretty much immune. Okay, that worked a lot better. And now it's getting shielded again. Interesting. Okay, I still all right. That was balanced much better. And that makes me think that maybe you should be able to balance the hardware yourself essentially. So like if you want to end up giving yourself super shields at the cost of I don't know, damage somewhere else, maybe you should be able to do that. Maybe that's what you can do as a defender. Or maybe just this means that we screwed up balancing. I don't know. Or that this strategy sucks. There are a lot of different possibilities here. Because, yeah, I want strategies like this to be interesting and for them to play out. And I think for them to work, it's just there's too much you have to rely on. Reminds me of Conway's game of life. Yeah, actually does kind of remind me of that too. All right, let's get some cloaking bots or no missiles bots. I want missiles and armor. Let's put that on here. So we'll put missiles level 3 and I guess some regen as well. Maybe just have a few defaults for testing to reference Hearthstone as you did earlier, like the starter decks you're given. Yeah, and I think those will be there eventually. What I wanted to test though is a couple of things. One was, are you having fun building these up yourself? So if I give you them by default, then we necessarily can't test whether you're having fun building them because you wouldn't be able to build them at that point, I guess. Um, and I think the tools for building them are not there yet either. My gut is telling me that this game can be fun. And that if I were to just go ahead and code all of this stuff, that yeah, it would work out and people would be like, oh, okay, now I see what he was getting at with all this stuff. I couldn't envision it before. This has the WOMP CPU script. We're going to change this to figure it out, I guess. Yeah, update. This is not arty, this is now missiles. So let's put that into the game. But hey, Justbird, into mail. And welcome to the stream. Okay, so which one is my missile spot? This one? Yeah, let's put this down. So I want to put this down like over here. In fact, no, I want to put it down like over here. There, let's try that out. So yeah, that bot has a ton of shields on it. So it's absorbing a lot of hits, but then it just dies. Yeah, I think that's the issue. Although it did work. Yeah, I don't know. Alright, well, one of my conclusions here then is there are some really cool strategies that exist in theory, like shielding a single bot and having that bot basically be immune to damage. It just doesn't work out though, thanks to the numbers. I wonder if defenders should have a tech tree that dictates how powerful each hardware is. It could just mean that defenders should get different balancing from attackers. E.g., their shields do X3 damage absorbed. I'm not sure what the right answer is there. Like, I think it's cool to allow you to specialize, but you're kind of specializing just by choosing these things. So when you put shield level 3 on a bot, do I even have that here? Anyway, when you put shield level 3 on a bot, you're taking up 3 of your slots. So, like, yeah, of course it should be powerful. But the attacker could use that too to also make it very powerful and go in with, like, one super shielded bot that takes all of the focus from all the other bots. But that's a cool thing, I think. I don't know. If it means anything, just watching you testing looks fun. Having something set up so that users can do what you're doing now would be pretty fun to me. It's like a target range compared to fully fledged war. Oh, so it's online if you want to play it. It's just not super straightforward how you play it. As for the balance and everything, that's not totally there yet. So, okay, if you click this link, I highly suggest reading through this at some point, but for now you can just click this URL. When you register an account, you're going to start with something that's a relatively bare account. So when you connect for the first time, you're going to have probably one bot, and all it's going to have is lasers 3. So part of what you have to do is at first is just like build up your bot. So you can click all over here. You can purchase a bunch of hardware. You should have enough money. If you don't have enough money, I can either just grant you money, or you can go over to this, hit the plus button a bunch of times, and just open up packs. You'll get items from that. So yeah, you can build up your bots. You can actually make their AI here if you want. You can give a whole bunch of different stuff. So there's a huge learning curve to what there is now, because the game doesn't tell you any of this. Like, the game's not finished, so I didn't work on a tutorial or anything like that. But if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. As far as having to write scripts, you don't necessarily have to. The simplest thing you can do is just not write one. So if I make a new bot, by default it has no script. If you leave that way, that's fine. The bot will still know how to use everything that you equip to it. It just won't probably do it in the best way possible. So if I make, I'll show you this on my own system over here. So if I don't really have a way of doing this actually. So when you don't have a script, it's the same as saying figure it out for me. So here's a bot that has melee, thrusters, armor. Let's give it melee, zapper, and thrusters, and let's see what it does. Like, maybe it works. I don't actually know. Let's put a bunch of these down. Yeah, okay, so they do zap, and then they approach, and they use melee. And I didn't write a script for that. They just know how to figure it out for themselves. Granted, so they like even these strategies of like melee zapper. These bots just die immediately. So it'd be cool if they didn't. But in order to make them not, you've got to give them something like, okay, let's give them level 3 cloaking. And then I guess level 1 melee. And let's put these in the arena now and see how these do. Yeah, they're already like half dead by the time they approach the enemies. And then their zapper turns off. It's just not very powerful. And so I think giving them teleport would be even better. Of like, okay, let's try zapper and teleport and melee. And then right on top of figure it out, I'll just put the teleport to enemy snippet. There. So now they teleport first and then they figure it out. Let's try that. Okay, so they teleport immediately. That's not a great idea. They still die immediately too. Yeah. Anyway, that's not even the counter to this, so I don't really know what I was proving there. The counter are the reflect bots, which I have here. So I just put a bunch of these down and I immediately win the game. Well, more or less immediately win the game. It kind of worked. Hey, Mr. Cheap. I could have gotten those bots to win if I had kept this at the top and made them target bots first. I just found a really bad attack strategy. So can these actually kill the CPU, or will they get taken down by bots first? I think the bots are going to respawn pretty soon. No, maybe not. No, they won. Okay. Yeah, I like this idea of a tech tree. I think this is probably worth prototyping. Okay, I think one of my overall conclusions here is that My gut is telling me that this will work out to be fun. So I think it's worth prototyping. Well, yeah, I think it's worth prototyping. I think one of the cool things would be figuring this out. Like, okay, let's say you're really frustrated with the enemy just ignoring your bots completely and going after your CPU. So you've got something like, do I have this here? Figure it out. Darn it, I shouldn't have done that. Oh man, fine. Let me go fix this. This is the missiles bot. It should have been the. Fine. Let's just make an artillery bot. Armor. Artillery. Where's artillery? Man, I really should have made these categories actually mean something. I can't even find artillery now. Wait, what? Do I not have it? Oh, I sold it. Oh, that's why that bot was missing artillery. Oh, okay. Okay, this is going to be exploit CPU. That would make sense if CPU is taking 2 times damage when the enemy has no more units. Or maybe not if you hope that destroying CPU first is a valid strategy. Yeah, both ideas work. I definitely think so. And I think that's something else that I should write down because I didn't think about that. I still don't know how to pronounce your name. Okay. Alright. Yeah, one of the conclusions I got to do is make it so that when the enemy has no... So that when the defender has no bots, their CPU takes extra damage or perhaps just dies immediately. Like, I think this is probably better, that there are 2 different win conditions. One is killing their CPU and one is killing all of their bots. So, one thing I was going to explain here is this. I have made a bot that just ignores enemy bots and goes after the CPU. Whoops. So when I put this down... Oh wait, that's too... Hang on, let me restart this. Okay, so I put these down the proper distance away. There. I'm just going to immediately win the game because there's nothing they can do fast enough to get me to stop. And I win. So what I was thinking is, what if as a defender, you got a tech tree that you could invest in? So you could be like, hey, I want my shield bots to be super powerful. But the way this tech tree would have to work would be such that you don't... It'd be like a talent tree, essentially, in World of Warcraft. And I wonder if we should only have that for defenders. Like, it'd be fun to have for attackers, too, I think. But it might negate what you have on the defense side of things. Okay, what if there was a talent tree? For example, if they're frustrated with people rushing down their CPU, they could upgrade their CPU's life or defenses somehow. If they want to enable a heavy shield strategy, then they can increase the power / duration of their shields. This breaks down if attackers also have a talent tree. This breaks down a bit. It doesn't totally break down. But I think what's cool about this is that you can invest pretty heavily in a certain defense strategy. I don't think it should be too limiting though. So talents in a game like World of Warcraft, I played during vanilla, so I'm sure they changed this, but it cost like 50 gold at some point to respec. And 50 gold meant a lot back then. That also is probably not true anymore. And that was really limiting. Like, unless you were rich, you weren't going to keep respecing, and that meant that you stuck to one build. So I think in this, if you want to try out different defenses, you should be able to. But I wonder if you need a sort of a talent tree to do this. Or I wonder if there's just like, I don't know, there's got to be some other way to do this. Because attackers may just increase the damage on everything. So what if what if... So I was going to say, another thing we could do, this is something that I haven't really pursued, but you've got level 3 hardware that you can have, so I can put level 3 of something on. What if there was a level 4, but by having level 4, it actually took like 5 slots or something? And yes, Ray, that is normal. And the reason why it's normal is because in the how to play guide, that's how you import the defense. So if you scroll down to the bottom, copy paste someone's JSON blob into the in-game chat. If nothing happens when you do that, then there's likely a bug in the JSON blob somewhere. So if you type something like hi, what you're really doing is you're saying, hey, I want to import the defense called hi. So check this out. Let me find it. Where's my IP paste that I shared with people? Oh, here it is. Okay. Yeah, so here's a defense that I shared. If you go down to here and you click raw, and then you copy paste this entire thing into chat. So I just paste this into chat and I hit enter. What it does is it imports my entire defense that I created. So here are my bots. I called it Art, Shield, and Tank. And now when you play against it, you're playing against the strategy I set up ahead of time. So you can see that Tank bot has tons of shields on it, and these bots are firing artillery all over the place. Oh, I actually beat it. Hooray. Yeah. What was your job before Botland? And so I haven't been sharing that. I was a game developer. I haven't been sharing where. And like, yes, you can probably find it on the internet. Please don't share that in chat. Don't care if you go look me up. That's fine. The one job I did share, I worked at Microsoft a while ago, but that was as a, man, that was a totally different job though. I was a security, I worked in security for Windows, but I was a software development engineer in test, which is what they call their engineers who just develop test code instead of code for the product. I did not like that job. I still think Microsoft's a great company and everything. Job was not for me. Your tone when you said that was so monotone and sad. Okay, the other thing to consider here is that people will probably want to change their tech trees. I think we'd also probably have to do this such that, like, we'd have to be careful with increasing damage on something. I think it can be interesting to have a few tech choices so that your options as a defender expand greatly, so that it's more interesting for an attacker. Yeah, blue badge. And hey, old man, haven't seen you in a long time. Has school started up again for you? Jacqueline, do you work at Microsoft? Huh. Okay, I think this is at least worth writing down. I made an ideas section here. I can post this in here. Is there a reason why you stand while programming? Just to move around a little bit more. I find that I shuffle from side to side if I'm answering questions or something. Oh, Jacqueline, are you in the greater Seattle area? I'm guessing I don't know you in real life. Let me start with that question. Do I know you? Because every once in a while, people have surprised me on here. In fact, well, I don't want to share too many details, but there's someone who I've known for a very long time who it wasn't until like 2 months of them talking in chat that I realized who they were. Back to university in about a month. Going to be learning Java, C, Assembly, and Prolog, I believe, quite a lot. Well, nice. How's Python going for you? I'm in Phoenix, actually. I've been to Advanta many times. I don't think we ever met. Okay, yeah. I think I've been to Phoenix once in my life. Okay, so I think it would be interesting to have talents to have a tech tree for defense where you can choose to increase the power of hardware specifically. This would give more options for defenders, e.g. using shields, cloaking, etc. to greater effect, and would require some investment at the same time, meaning that attackers should have a better time, should be able to read the arena more easily. Yeah, and I wonder if this is something as simple as just like you pick two things, that's it. This could be something as simple as just picking two buffs for hardware, e.g. plus shield duration slash power, and plus, I don't know, anything, right? Plus damage dealt while cloaked. I haven't messed around in Python in a bit. Do you want to start building a portfolio online? Yeah, old man, I think that's a good idea. And I think there are always these like interesting resumes people make where it's really a game or something. Someone made like a Super Mario resume site. Yeah, this, I think. Yeah. How do you get to it though? Let me just search this person. Oh yeah, there it is. Interactive resume. Yeah, this got a lot of exposure. This is just some guy's resume. And wait, scroll down mouse or press. Oh yeah. So as you scroll, you get to see all of his skills, what he's into. But yeah, it's pretty good. So you could always do something like this. EMP and figure it out. Will this EMP a random hardware? Let's find out. So it will EMP either lasers or missiles randomly. So EMP is actually really hard to use as a defender, I think. You could put it on 5 different bots and EMP like all of the different things that the attackers might use, but it only lasts for a couple of turns. But still, I think that's the kind of thing that could be really interesting as a defender, that it's just, well, we're not going to balance the game for that. So plus EMP duration. Yeah, I like this idea a lot. I think this is probably going to be something that makes it into the game. Well, yeah, no, old man, I don't think this is not the kind of thing that I would expect is very common. Because, yeah, this probably took a ton of work, a lot of testing, but in the end, like, it worked. I mean, I know about this guy, and I've never run into him in real life. I'm sure a lot of people now are like, oh, you're that guy. Yeah, cool, nice resume. And then they hire him just based on the resume and not based on the skills. I'm not sure if the same thing should exist for attackers, since they have the advantage of changing their strategy based on the defense. How's the game been going? I saw a glimpse of it before I said anything. It looks very different. Yeah, it is very different. So the game used to be a player versus player, like you were present and the other player was present and you were playing against each other, making decisions during the game. Problem is, it wasn't, and Spartacus, I'm answering this question kind of by lumping it into Old Man's question as well. So the game used to be directly player versus player, and the problem was that your decisions were not very impactful. Like, if this is the state of the arena and you started to deploy a different kind of bot, let's say, Like, what were you basing it on? And how were you controlling it afterward? So for about a month, we tried a lot of different things. We said, okay, you've got to put down factories, and factories can only produce one kind of bot. So now you're investing, and the other player can see that investment, and they can destroy the factory and stop you from producing that bot if they want. But that didn't totally work out because you couldn't direct your army to a factory to tell it to kill that. So we added in waypoints, and we added in different, like, there's just a ton of things that we added in. And at the end of all of that, we decided that it still didn't really meaningfully impact how you made decisions in the game. So I thought, all right, what does automation work for? Automation works for two things. It works for a long-running task that you don't feel like putting in the time or effort for, so grinding in an RPG, and a repetitive task that you can't do quickly as a human being. So playing a StarCraft match with, let's say, 10 times the number of units. Those are things that I think automation is more geared toward. And given that this is an automation game, we thought, okay, how do we approach this? So what it's steered toward now is an indirect PvP, where you'll hit the play button and it'll match you against somebody else. So like, let's say this is, I'm the Spartacus right now, but he's not present for this match. He came up with this defense ahead of time, like in Clash of Clans or King of Thieves. And then I'm putting down bots to try to beat it. I can see what he's done. So like, oh, hey, artillery and missiles. Okay, cool. Yeah, missiles and lasers. Okay, got it. So I'm going to deploy this, and I'm going to test this out and see if this works. And like, nope, I'm like clearly losing here. I killed one of his bots. Cool. So let's try a different strategy this time. I'm going to go with the just straight up counter to this. I'm going to put down a bunch of reflect bots. So we're going to put these down and maybe another few. So there we go. And now they're not only shooting back, but they're also reflecting their own projectiles back at them. And so there, wow, cool. Like, I'm the Spartacus, and now my rank might go up, and I might unlock a new item or something like that. So that's how we're going to change the game, I think. Will that be more fun? Who knows? And that's part of what I was testing out today. So if you want to try the game right now, it's not incredibly straightforward to play, but there is the link. There is nobody playing right now. But there were 60 games that were played today. So the game's online. You guys are welcome to try it out. Okay, so let's see. I wrote this down in ideas. Do I have anything else that I should really consolidate here? Well, yeah, and it's hard to, the biggest problem that I'm running into right now, I think, is perhaps this one, which is that people testing it, I don't think are getting the real feel for the game. I was saying earlier, imagine if you were watching Avatar and instead of awesome CGI, you were watching like a 3-year-old's MS Paint graphics. You'd be like, I can't envision that I'm on this planet and that there are these natives there who look like blue Smurfs or something like that. And I think that's what's happening in Botland right now, is that you haven't been playing the game for 2 weeks and you're really invested in your defense and whatever else you've set up, and there's a lot to learn for new players to the game. There's no tutorial. The UI is misleading sometimes, or just outright doesn't give you the information you want. And yeah, when that happens, you just need to refresh the page. This is a bug that is in a library that I'm using, and I haven't dug into this code yet. So yeah, you can hopefully click update, because hopefully your script is saved and everything. Yeah, you'll have to just refresh the page, like I said. Oh, that does happen every once in a while. So I think that's the biggest issue we're running into, but I think that other than that, the game idea I think is sound. I think it'll work. It's just difficult. Very difficult. So on this tech tree idea, it would require some investment at the same time. Not sure if the same thing should exist for attackers, since they have the advantage of changing strategy based on defense. Yeah, and this What did I just delete from here? How's the missus? She's good. Okay. So yeah, I think the next things to test are perhaps easier defense or easier to export and import. I'm not totally sure. Because I think balance is going to be just such a difficult thing. But it won't give much more to us than what we have. I think I'm going to have to just say, like, let's pursue this idea, and I'll start to gear more toward prototyping, and we'll try to get all these systems in place. I think that's the way to go right now. Oh, there's something else I wanted to write for text tree. What is this? Oh man, come on. I keep thinking of it and I keep forgetting as soon as I've thought of it. What was it? How do I... Okay, yeah, I forgot it again. I had something to do with this line. There was, if we make defenses, we wouldn't have been trying out the whole experience, and balancing is going to be tough, and somehow a tech tree was going to address this. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. All right, I think what I'm going to do in the afternoon then, so prototyping to do is like write out the design for the prototype, put this into a new document so that it isn't 40 pages long, and then figure out how I'm going to approach the code. I think I should make a new branch and really solidify some of the decisions here. For example, testing defenses should be something that you can do without having to contact the game server at all. Man, there are just so many things that we gain by doing this way. So many things. Like, resource usage is going to be better. We can test more things on the client at that point. We can maybe even open up some graphical changes too that we couldn't have done before because we needed to be doing things in real time. I feel like this is the way to go. Oh, that's what I was going to say earlier, is that we have the framework for the game set up and presumably strategy is there. There's still some issues. Okay. I think this is what I'm going to start to do after lunch then. Also, about tech trees is this is another thing that we could make these items that drop, and more importantly, we could make them temporary items if we want. That way you can use them for your defense, but you don't have to. Testing defense. I think that should be the first goal with the prototype. The first goal should be making defenses, should be simplifying the creation of defenses. The second goal should be simplifying playing against someone else's defense. Progression should be a non-goal. And there's something else. What is it? Matchmaking. This could be simple matchmaking. It could be that a list of possible defenses comes up and you choose from the players in the game. else? So creation of defenses, simplifying playing against somebody else's defense. And I think the third goal should be built-in metrics. How many attempts does it take to win? How many bots did you have to use? Shields are overpowered, love it. Are they? Did you make a defense? Or are you playing against the one that I uploaded? Because the one that I uploaded, let me try this on the actual game. So let's go take a look at this. No, yeah, there's no one in the queue. Okay, cool. Oh, and I should probably press this button here, huh? There we go. And I guess one of the other things I should probably do at some point, make it so that players don't have to validate their accounts until the game is actually in a released state. So let's go try this out. This is the defense that I had that is located right here. So let's get the raw text, connect, play. So here's the defense that I made that has, this bot's gonna get like super shielded. Let's see, I'm gonna just put down this bot. Yeah, let's put down a bunch of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's put 9, 10. Cool, done. Huh. Okay. I managed to win with this. This is part of what I worry about. Is like, okay, I just put down what, 10 bots or something like that? Was it 10? So they only have 9, so I should have only been able to put down 9 or maybe even 8. Let's put down 9 and see what happens. I created a tank with armor, shields, and reflect. So it doesn't even have offense? Interesting. Okay, so I just put down 9 bots and they like immediately lost. That was bad. And yeah, old man, I think you might already have the skills to do it. It's hard to say though. Yeah, number of bots seems to matter a lot because I won the first one pretty decisively, I think, and now it's not going so well. Oh, I guess because in this defense, targeting the ones that have artillery is more important than targeting the one that's fully shielded. I mean, that makes sense. Man, shielding is so cool. All right. Yeah, I think all the pieces are there. All of the pieces are there to create interesting defenses and and figuring out how to topple someone else's defense should be fun once the game is balanced. Yeah, that whole once the game is balanced part though, of like right now, what am I doing? Maybe I can't say that. Maybe that's too hand wavy. Do I use LinkedIn? Not really. Like I have a LinkedIn, but I don't really use the site very much. LinkedIn is one of those companies that makes me just like uneasy. I feel like they have some shady practices, but I don't know if that's like a bad article I read or something, but I'm very wary of them. One problem is once you have a lot of bots of the same type, like I can try this again. Let's see. Cloaking, melee, and thrusters. Yeah, let's put these down. So they have 9 bots. Let's try that. Did Microsoft buy LinkedIn? I'm not sure. I forget about... Someone bought LinkedIn recently. Microsoft to acquire it. Interesting. Yeah, so one of my worries here is that you can just use the same bot and kind of steamroll everybody. And there are ways we could just prevent that from happening. But then what if you use the same combination everywhere and you steamroll people? As an attacker, what tools do I want? Probably want to make templates of attacks with blueprints plus locations. I want to test defense against certain attack templates. As a player, what do I want to do? I know you can balance defense and attack by making them win 50-50 guaranteed. What is it, just a coin flip? It's basically a coin flip. So I think that obtaining balance is probably going to be really tough to do. The defender needs to have more of an advantage so that the attacker needs to respond to it instead of just steamrolling it. Because yeah, right now I feel like I guess it's not, one strategy is not working against everybody. Because if I put down the same setup of bots, and I put down, what do they have again? They have 11. So I put down 5, 10, 11. I put down 11 bots. These are not going to win. Or they say shouldn't. Yeah, they didn't. So I lost that. But when I play against that other strategy, it works. So in that case, things are fine. Is that you'd have to test this out and use your head. So if I put down these oh yeah, these look like they've lost. Yeah, they lost. But if I try that against the initial strategy, they'll probably win. Well, they're staying pretty far away, actually. Yeah, nice. Yeah, so in that sense, there's at least some semblance of balancing. I like that. Yeah. I do think there are ways to polarize the attacker so that they can't just use the same strategy every time. But I worry that they'll still always figure it out in one attempt. Because that's the point of prototyping. So, okay. I think I've written out as much as I can write out in this document. I think after lunch I'm going to go to a new document here, and we're going to figure out what changes we can make. And then I'll probably spend like a week or two making those changes. And if everything looks pretty good, I think we know what we're doing. So midway through September, we'll be able to say, all right, let's start designing a new UI. Let's figure out all the graphics and everything we're going to need. Let's just sit down and develop for like a straight year. I agree with that, Adam. I think it's really easy to figure out quickly. Yeah, and I think this is that whole framing issue I was talking about, which is that like it's fine if it's okay. So in a game like King of Thieves, once you've been playing it for a couple of weeks, the dungeons turn into puzzles more than they turn into skill. I know that sounds ridiculous, but like the game is so frustrating. But I'll show you. So King of Thieves difficult dungeon or something like that. Let's just type that in. I'll just show you some picture. Okay, wow, someone has written out a lot here. Yeah, okay, so this is what King of Thieves turns into, is like, I can't even figure out how to beat them, despite that there's only 3 things that I have to avoid. And it's just annoying. But you could look at a YouTube video and be like, or even this MS Paint drawing, and be like, okay, this part looks a little bit tough, but once I know what to do, I have to drop down first, then jump around this thing. Then I can't actually follow their drawing that well. And then I guess it turns into yellow, and I do this. I drop down again. So once you know the strategy, implementing this is not so hard. It's like jump at the different points that you have. And I feel like if I were making King of Thieves, you might say, well, wait, Adam, isn't it really obvious of like, oh, you got to jump over this thing? That doesn't take a whole lot of skill to do. Then yeah, I think that's okay. Like, games should be relatively quick, and you should have to figure out how to beat them. And ideally, it should take you at least like 1.5 or 2 attempts to beat the average computer. And if that's the case, then like, cool. I think things are good. Or 2 to 3 attempts or something like that. Has the game been set back a bit in terms of release since you had to change a lot of work? Oh yeah. Yeah. It's been set back a lot. So originally beta was supposed to be this month. We're like, we are not even close to that. But that's because we undid a whole lot. We would have been definitely able to get a beta out if I had just been working on the original game and fixing up things with that. Would have had a whole month and a half maybe to just fix bugs and make sure the experience is good and balance things. Say that to Dark Souls. Yeah, and you could make it so that like, and this is part of the balance that I need to figure out. You could definitely make it so that attackers are at a huge disadvantage. You need to find like the best or the cheesiest strategies to win. So imagine if against something like this I said, okay, beat this using only 4 bots. It's probably impossible. So even putting down what's the direct counter to these, if I put down just 4 bots, like I'm gonna probably lose every time. Oh, they didn't even reflect. Okay, let's concede and retry that. Yeah. You'd have to write custom scripts and I don't know, do a whole bunch of crazy stuff. Like I don't think you can ever beat this with just 4 bots. So then you're like, okay, well let's try 5 or something like that. And yeah, you. Oh, 5 actually might have worked. Oh wow. So here's what I think this is similar to. And EJ, I don't know how much Hearthstone you played. I don't think you've played any from what you've said. But they have this concept of solo adventures. And in Hearthstone, and I think this is an apt comparison at least. In Hearthstone, there are solo adventures where there's a boss you've never seen before, which means it has a deck you're unfamiliar with, and a hero power that may be unique. So, for example, let's take one of the newest ones. Karazhan, what was the name of that thing? Let's just say Wing 3. I forgot the name of the demon that you fight. Okay, I don't know. Anyway, I'm just gonna make things up then. So, for example, the new demon boss, it's immune to all damage except damage dealt by these imps that it has, and that damage is only triggered when they die. It has a deck with imps and a whole bunch of other spells and minions. I don't think it has any weapons or anything. So this is something that you have to do a couple of attempts and like try out some different decks. And by doing that, you eventually win and you feel like, okay, cool. Yeah, I beat that boss. Now, like, let's go on to the next one. And that's what I feel like Botland would change into here, is just a whole bunch of these adventures where it's like, yeah, figure out the puzzle and try to beat them. And sure, you can look it up online. But if people are making these, then you won't be able to look it up for just the average person because they're not going to be of interest enough for you to type this all into Google. So I think it can work out. I think one of the interesting things is the concept of a heroic mode or something. I think that by gimping yourself as an attacker, you should be given more. And I don't know how that's going to work exactly. How will balance play out? Should there be a heroic mode equivalent? Those bosses are overpowered. Played against the spider one like 20 times. Yeah, and so what I think is if we just give defenders enough tools to the point where all of their defenses seem overpowered, it's practically the same game in a total, or the same game mechanics in a totally different game. So in Hearthstone, the AI was programmed ahead of time. It has the same deck every single time, and there's some randomness of like, will it get these cards in the starting hand or not? Then what does it draw each turn? But other than that, it's like it's the exact same AI, so the same program's running, and you gave it the same inputs. I think if you wanted to turn into that, you have to diversify the options somehow because the hardware is just rock, paper, scissors, and the programming might be difficult to some. So I think the hardware is rock, paper, scissors when you look at it individually. And this is the whole, like, in World of Warcraft, a hunter might beat a priest 100% of the time. But now imagine in a 40 versus 40 raid. Like, yeah, the hunters might beat the priests, but then what if they have a warrior defending them or something? Then now it blurs the line of rock, paper, scissors. And I think that's what good defenses will eventually have. And so, EJ, I think there are two major problems with the testing that's been done so far. One is that balance isn't there, and two is that there aren't good defenses that have been set up yet. The game hasn't been out for long enough to determine what the strategies are that are best. So I think this stuff will just be mitigated by those two things being in the game. A better sense of balance, and that might mean bolstering the defenders to the point that they're unfair compared to the attackers. And the second thing is all the rest of the systems that are missing. So I think it's worth prototyping. I think it's probably worth spending a couple weeks on this. And then after that, it's spend a couple of weeks prototyping all of this. Because in Hearthstone, you can kind of think of some of the cards as being like rock, paper, scissors too, except they're more for situations of like, hey, the enemy has an entire board of stuff. Well, a board clear will handle that. Or, hey, the enemy has one large minion. Well, there are lots of ways that you can kind of set things up to be exactly the counter to that. And that's how those solo adventures work. If you see that the boss is dropping like 8/8 giants on every single turn, you're going to put in a lot of single target removal in your deck, a lot of like mind control and steal effects, and you'll probably beat them. And awesome, great. Took you a couple of attempts, you figured out the strategy, and then you implemented that strategy. I think that can be a fun game. And I think that's what King of Thieves essentially is with all these like puzzle dungeons essentially. and I just think that it presents this slightly differently from how Botland will. But we will plan this out. I'm gonna go see if lunch is ready, so I'll be right back really quickly. But then if it is ready, then I'm gonna not be right back that quickly. So yeah, this will just be a sec. Okay, lunch is ready. So then yes, I will go get lunch. And when I come back, I'll be back for about almost 4 hours. And yeah, it's going to be mostly like document writing, I think, the rest of the day. All right, well, thank you guys for tuning in so far. And yeah, see you later. Face cam or no face cam? I feel like watching an empty chair is not interesting, but if people change the lights, I'll just leave the face cam on. Yeah. Back. Okay. So in order for me to be able to do this, I need to go start up a new document. I want you guys to be able to view this. So let's just kind of set this up. Make a document, share out the link, update today. So new Google Doc. Okay, so people with the link can view. Done. Oop. All right. Hey, Hideo. Okay, so we're done with that. Let's update today now. Adam is going to be working on design for the rest of the day. He's pretty sure that Botland will work with indirect PvP. Oh yeah. You can follow along here. Okay, there we go. So can you guys just load up the document and see if that works? I don't really have anything here, but Botland indirect PvP. Now, we need to lump this document into here. The thing I'm more concerned about is you guys don't have edit privileges, right? Because you should have view privileges. Okay, cool. Thank you guys. And hey, Earlies. Alright, so this document is intended to be more consumable than the last one. So hopefully this doesn't get out of control. And the last one will be a link to that, except for it doesn't have to be edit. Let's change that. Delete. Alright, so this should work. Yeah. Okay, and then let's okay. So one of the things is like gameplay. So players can, hang on a sec. There we go. So players set up a defense ahead of time to protect their bot coin, I suppose. Players create bots out of various hardware pieces and then write the AI for the bots using Blockly or JavaScript. They use these bots to create a defense which they set up ahead of time to protect their bot coin. Other players use bots to attack these defenses to try to topple them. Alright, so some of the things that I wanted to plan out here were, so these things are done, I don't really care about that. As an attacker, what tools do I want? As a defender, what tools do I want? As a player, what do I want to do, or what can I do? How can I spend my money, balance, etc. So being an attacker. So I think the first thing we actually say is being a defender. So players are defending what I'm going to call, I'll call the thing that players defend a computer. Each computer has a CPU and some number of bots that the defender has placed. The CPU is just a fixture with life. In order to a successful defense is one that either runs out the clock, well, there are 3 ways to lose, I guess. Hey Sparkles, yeah, fresh haircut. It's about time. Each computer has a CPU and some number of bots that the defender has placed. The CPU is just a fixture with life. When destroyed, the defender immediately loses. If the defender loses all, so win conditions, or well, lose conditions, when the CPU is destroyed, or when all defending bots are destroyed. Time runs out. This way attackers can't just deal a little bit of damage every minute and eventually whittle down the enemy. Alright, so when a defending bot dies, it is placed on a relatively long respawn timer. What's the purpose of that? Yeah, I guess this is to prevent what do I call this? This is to prevent attackers from dealing just a little bit of damage every once in a while and then repairing, essentially securing an easy victory in almost every match. Although really, what do I care about that? The defender's way of stopping that from happening is just using repair themselves or regen. And either one of those should be fine. So I'm not sure if defending bots need to... Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Well, being an attacker... Well, so, okay, yeah. What are the tools that you want? So being a defender, I guess part of this is like building a defense. Defenders can also place walls which prevent movement and projectiles, and pits which prevent movement but not projectiles. Hey Maddie plays. Do I play games? Yeah, I do. I play Hearthstone, and I used to play Realm of the Mad God until I had a very bad experience the other day. Although I'm glad that I'm not playing anymore because really the progression in that game is very wonky. And I played some mobile games too, mostly to see what they do as far as monetization and just kind of how they lay out their games. And I typically try to play them without ever spending money. That way I can see what the free-to-play experience is like. But I have a Windows phone, so the mobile games I can play aren't really, I guess, very common. Anyway, building and defense. So defenders. And I guess upgrading a computer. So players can spend bot coin to upgrade their computer. This confers certain benefits. But I think I wrote down here. Makes the arena bigger, allows you to get more walls and pits, allows you to place more bots. lets you Oh, interesting. Let me see. Anonym? Anonym? Okay, cool. Thank you, Hideo. And then what? Is this the word net? Anonym. Anonym net. Alright, got it. I just got O-rings from my mechanical keyboard. Is it to dampen the sound? Yeah, got it. Alright, thank you, Hideo. I appreciate it. Anonym net. I took French for like 5 years. I would not say that I speak it, but I'm at least familiar with how it works. I see, Sparkles. Well, once you get used to it, I'd be curious about whether you like it. I have a mechanical keyboard, although I can't really use it given that I stream. I'll drive people insane, except for people like Hideo, apparently. So increases the size of the arena. Well, each computer has a CPU and some number of bots that the defender has placed in the arena. Just read that again. Alright, increases the size of the arena. What else do we have here? Allow the defender to place more walls and pits to place more bots. Okay, so building and defense. This is kind of UI, but in building their computer, a defender is able to test their defense without necessarily committing it. They can do this by loading in a bunch of different strategies. Like, I guess you should be able to pull in any attack templates that you have, but you shouldn't need to have them. They can do this by loading in a bunch of different strategies. By loading in pre-made strategies like attack with all melee bots, or I don't know, use a combination of attackers, etc. Once they're happy with the results, they can commit the defense and it will be stored in their account for others to play against. Yeah, nice, Sparkles. Huh. I mean, imagine if keys were like this tall, and in order to press the letter A, you had to depress the key all the way to here, and then let go of it. Like, you would have to type like this, and that would definitely slow you down. So I wonder if on a smaller scale, having to type from here to typing to here is going to make a difference. So being an attacker, part of this is like choosing who to attack. And there's the restriction that you can't attack the same person more than, if you successfully break someone's defense, then you can't attack them again for 24 hours or something like that. 98.4%. And yeah, what tools do you want as an attacker? building an offense. So as an attacker, there are two main modes for choosing your offense. One is immediate mode. In this mode, you just paint bots into the arena until you're happy with their layout. And then one is like template mode. It's not really template mode. There aren't really modes. You can always paint bots into the arena until you're happy with their layout. However, you can also store a layout as a template for use later. For example, maybe you have a layout with melee bots at the front and artillery bots at the back, and you don't feel like you don't feel like setting this up every time. Also, template mode was just this, like saving a layout for later. So let's say you're in a game and you're like, all right, I got some bots like this, and I got some bots sort of at the edges here. You could be like, all right, yeah, let's save that. I also think you should be able to give a waypoint to each bot. You can also assign a waypoint to each bot. This is simply a tile. This is simply a point in the arena that the bot will have access to in its script. It's meant as a shortcut to having to edit the script. To have to edit each script individually to say bot A goes here, but bot B goes there. So this is what you see kind of happening here. Not totally, but you could like change your waypoint, and by doing so your script could say, all right, clearly I want to go up here. Now you probably wouldn't have any need to do this. You would probably just have put this thing directly up here. But when it comes to enemy bots, you might say, I want to go straight across instead of going down toward their CPU. So this is another way that just as an attacker you can get a little bit more control over your bots. So what else do I want as an attacker? I think that's mostly it. I want to be able to load this configuration, let's say. I want to be able to undo what I've done. Yeah, you probably want like undo and redo, Control Z and Control Y or something. Although that's pretty minor. Like if you click and you made a mistake, then just click it again. And then you probably also want to be able to edit your scripts and your blueprints on the fly. So you will also be able to edit your scripts and blueprints on the fly. So choosing who to attack, like what's the cost for attacking. So these things are kind of figured out. As a player, what do I want to do? So yeah, that's the whole like, well, you're gonna set up a defense. So let's flesh out the table of contents. So gameplay. Players create bots out of various hardware pieces and then write the AI for those bots, for their bots, using Blockly or JavaScript. They use these bots to create a defense, which they set up ahead of time to protect their bot coin. Other players use bots to attack these defenses to try to topple them. Only one player is present during any given game. Only one player, the attacker. I'll just say only the attacker is present during any game. So, yeah, all those questions I had about progression, that's where I need to start answering these. Because something that I've been thinking about is you start the game and you've got relatively few pieces of hardware accessible to you. So if I log in as Adam25, for example, this is a... Oh, I actually have bought a bunch of stuff. Okay, let's just log in as Adam26 then, huh? Okay, so here's a brand new account. This is Adam26. And we can see that I started with some of these items, but I don't have other ones. Some of these need to just not exist, actually. But yeah, I don't have other ones here. And I think that that's part of the progression of the game, is like you get these. And so I think bots are really just like these blueprints are just blueprints. They're just sets of things that you've created. And that would mean that you could have as many as you want. So when you click this plus button and you're like, okay, well now I want an artillery melee bot, and you hit create, then yeah, sure, you should be able to have that. You should be able to have probably like up to 10 of these. Enough so that it's not really limiting, but not so much that it could be confusing that you make like 30 and then you can't find them anymore. But then the progression would come in the form of getting new items and I guess upgrading your CPU or your computer. And I don't know if that's interesting enough. Like, I need to figure out everything you can spend your bot coin on. So what did I say about the conclusions down here? Just items drop. Problem is that there's no real reason to own duplicates, but it's not such a big deal. Did I write that in here? This is essentially the same in Hearthstone, where there's no reason to own duplicates of a legendary or triplicates of any other card, short of Blizzard doing a balance patch and getting a full refund. Should probably change the title of the stream. And I guess this won't be programming any longer either, so I'll take it out of that. Excuse me. Yeah, so if this is one of the ways that you can progress, and this is what you're spending bot coin on, this needs to be balanced with everything else in the game, which is why I think there needs to be a stamina concept, but you can buy stamina with just in-game money. I think that's the only way to really balance this. I think there should be stamina that you can buy with bot coin. That way, as you get more and more bot coin, you're not just able to buy the entire inventory of hardware that's available. I don't know, I really got to think about progression, and it plays in with so many other things too that I think it's going to be a little bit tough. Yeah, I think it's interesting. There's an inventory that you have to manage. I don't think this is such a big deal. Also, PvE, I got to think of that. It might be cool to have defense or attack missions, e.g. protect your base from this set of attackers. You're not taking part in Ludum Dare? No, I'm not, no. I don't have the time, but I also, even if I had the time, wouldn't want to spend it on that, given that Botland is in such dire shape. So, yeah, I gotta work on this. Yeah, so I think items dropping, like, this is what I want to kind of just write down. There's going to be a lot of just writing things down. Okay. I don't even know what this is. Whatever, let's just delete it. Okay, so if you can get items in the game, you're probably not buying salvage packs with Botcoin, since that would be more economical most of the time than buying items directly. What else? You're spending your Botcoin on a lot of things. I guess one is refilling stamina, upgrading your computer, buying items. don't know what else. Maybe that's it. This is why I think it's really good to know exactly where you can spend in-game money in a game. Also, how quickly do we expect players to end up with most of the hardware that they'll eventually want? So for example, if you start the game with too many things, well, okay, so if you start the game with too few items, you may not have the counter to something that an enemy has. If you start the game with too many items, then you may never want to purchase more. Yeah, and this is what I think is tough. And as an attacker, what dictates how many bots you can use? You can only place as many bots as the defender has. So there are no restrictions to what kind of blueprints you can get. Like, you can use blueprints A, B, C, D, and E during a match. There's nothing that forces you into just, like, A. So, matchmaking being opaque or being transparent, I think this is another thing. Like, how to find someone to attack. Alright, I'm going to write this up here at the top. The attacker probably only cares about getting bot coin, so the system should really only present you with players who will give you that bot coin. The system should allow you to retaliate against a player who stole your bot coin, and the attacker should be roughly on par with the defender. So, opaque matchmaking versus transparent. If players can choose who they want to attack, so completely opaque is the matchmaker just gives you a player to play against. Partially opaque would be the matchmaker gives you a player, I guess, like presents you with a player to play against, but you can choose to have it find another one. To play against them. And transparent would be the player can choose who they want to play against. I think it would be cool if you chose exactly who you want to play against. I just don't know how that system would work. So there could literally be a ranking system that you get to see. When I say that, I mean like you're looking at number 1 is person A, number 2 is person B, and dot 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 dot. Number 9999 is person ZZZ. Well, if you pick who you want to attack, chances are, if ranking is done based on skill or items earned or something, you're only going to pick the people who are around you anyway. So being able to target just any random person on the ladder probably leads to a lot of bad things. So cons, I think this leads to exploiting the system so that giving people resources becomes a problem. For example, if anyone can target player number 1, well, how does this work exactly? Because maybe defenders they're not affected by defending poorly. The attackers are affected. I don't know. I'll just say, for example, let's say I set up a defense that is purposely terrible, and then tell players, hey, free money if you attack me. And I think people could also exploit the system to take out players that they shouldn't be able to take out. E.g., everybody targets the person in the first place. Now, I think I'd lean toward the partially opaque system. And I think that part of this plays into, like, why do you care about rank? What do you get when you win? Or what does the end game look like for this? Yeah, I don't know. It's hard for me to say. But I don't think anything's gained by having a transparent system. So other games that use a transparent system are ones where you basically just pick who you want to, like Team Fortress 2. I can go make a game and then just tell people, "Hey, here's the IP address," and anyone can join that game. Granted, you could have something like that and have it just be a for fun mode. Also, there's another tool you'd want as a defender, I guess. At any point, you can choose to play against your own defense to see how it stacks up against new strategies that you may have made. Yeah. So this partially opaque system. So this is what I was talking about earlier too when I said, wouldn't it be cool if there was at least some visualization for this system? So that imagine you had a grid and there was ownership in this grid. It's just a different way of showing things. So let's load this up. So what if this was where all the different players were? It was just this grid representation. And so like the red player had, I don't know, like that. And the yellow player had this territory. And then I'm just going to draw one more player. Like I don't want to go overboard with this. And so what this would be is a visual representation of like, oh yeah, okay, these players are all about even. It's not like one player has a ton of territory and the other ones don't. And maybe you can only attack the people whose territory you're touching. But then I don't know, by beating them, what do you take over their entire territory? So then eventually it's going to become this like, wait a second. No, you'll eliminate a player by doing that though. Oh, maybe this is super interesting. Hey, Rami. What if each of these started as a different color? So, like, I think actually MS Paint is one of the few times it's actually going to be a good thing to use here. How do you, what? Oh, there we go. Okay, yeah. So let's say you got a bunch of different colors here. So you've got like, each one of these is a tile. I'm trying to make these the same size, but it really doesn't matter whether I make them the same size or not. So just ignore it if they're slightly different. Okay, and we'll draw like a couple more. Okay. So let's say you had a system like this. This represented, and we're just looking over at this part over here, not the stuff that I'm like clearly destroying. When you are, let's say, the yellow player, and you attack this player over here, what would happen is you would eliminate that player from the territory, and then you'd own all of this. But now you're a target for another player, the purple player, for example. So now maybe the purple player takes you over, and then the green player takes that territory, and meanwhile red has taken over the blue player, and then red finally claims it all, and so they are the one who like wins out of this. Hey, Play Neptune. So you're gonna make the Windows logo. I think what this does is it forces you to, like, I don't think this does good things, but I think this forces you to be present for whatever the first couple of matches are because you stand to lose a whole lot. Unless we populate you on this board very differently. So if you had like, this as your arena. Yeah. So if this was your arena and you had player 1 represented like many times in here. Let's shrink this so that it's not ridiculous. Okay. So there's player 1 in all these cases. There's like player 2. I probably should have made this even smaller. And player 3 is interspersed in there, and player 4, 5. So now what I wonder is, what if you were in a pool with like a whole bunch of other players, maybe 10 at most, and yeah, it was how do you strategically pick which territories you want to take on. Problem is you'd be facing the same defense. It had to be like the same players. Also, I really should just condense this down even further. Let's just make a 10 by 10 board. Or even this, however much this is. Let's just go with this. In fact, even this is probably too big. Fine. There. That's good. Now we'll just randomly fill this with numbers so that we have each number represented once or twice and they're not touching. And so 3, 5, 7, and another 1. Okay, cool. So yeah, this is kind of what I was talking about. So when you are player 1, you're basically like, hey, what's going to do the best surface area of attack for me? So maybe you take over player 7 because there isn't the best one. So now there's this contiguous block of 1s. Now when you're player 2, you're going to be like, whoa, I can get a lot of territory by doing this. So you take out player 1. Well, player 1 hasn't been like totally knocked out because they still have this section up here. So now player 3 is like, well, I'm going to take over this. And now player 5 sees that and takes over all the 3s. And now player 3 has been eliminated. But as you're building up territory, you become more of a target for other people. So I don't know if this is interesting or not. I don't know what this does exactly. But that way you can kind of pick who you're going to play against. It's just got to be someone who's contiguous to you. And then once you're knocked out of here, I guess you'd go down a rank or something like that. It's probably really hard to do. So I think for now, the easiest way to do this is choosing who to attack. So when you press, there are 2 ways to find someone to attack. One is go through the list of people who attacked you in the last X hours. Well, who successfully attacked you? Probably just who successfully attacked you. You can retaliate against them. And 2 is let the matchmaker find someone for you. The matchmaker will present you with someone whose computer you can see, and if you want to, you can have the matchmaker find a different person for you for some cost. If you successfully break someone's defense, you can't attack them again. So I'll just say if you beat someone, then you can't attack them again for 24 hours regardless of how you find them. Maybe if they beat you again, then that lifts that restriction. I don't really care right now. I don't think that matters too much. Now the problem is, let the matchmaker find someone for you. This is not obvious how this works. So we would need to say how you go up in rank. So we could go with, this could either be public knowledge or private knowledge. I think making it public is fine. So you know who is who, like who's above you, who's below you. And the matchmaker should find people there. The matchmaker will only present you with people who you have something, the people from whom you have something to gain by beating them. The matchmaker will take your ranking into account. Yeah, but I don't know how ranking's computed exactly. I could do a whole bunch of different things. It could either be just like a win-loss ratio, which does not take into account how things have changed over the last, let's say, 24 hours. You could do like an MMR system. What? Why? Surprised this isn't on Wikipedia, or it's called something else. Matchmaking rating? This doesn't have its own Wikipedia article? Huh. Well, that wasn't what I wanted. Wait, what? See dating system? What? Okay, yeah, I just got lost in a rabbit hole. So the matchmaker will take your ranking into account. I don't know how ranking should be done. Conclusions. Oh, thanks, Digite. Why did that not show up here? Player's skill is represented as a normal distribution characterized by a mean value representing perceived skill and a variance of sigma representing how unconfident the system is in the player's value. So their perceived skill always increases after a win and always decreases after a loss. The extent of actual updates depends on each player's sigma and how surprising the outcome is to the system. Factor graphs are used to pack up each team. This means that a new player's defeat results in a large sigma loss. Okay. Commercial projects that obtain a license to use the algorithm? Wow. Yeah, so I think I would need to look into something like these and figure out what I want to use exactly. And thanks for linking this in, guys. Also, I didn't want to do this, but it's that time. Gotta open my window. Gotta turn on the AC. Getting too hot in here. What if I open the window and a neighbor was just walking by outside and is like, "Hey, David," and you guys are like, "Wait, what? His name's not David." Okay. Hopefully that's not super loud. but I'm sure it's at least a little bit loud. I'll turn this so that it's not so bad, hopefully. But whatever, nothing you can do. I've got to be cool in this room. So yeah, conclusions: a partially opaque. Where your light change? I got it. Not loud, just super, super loud. Deal with it. So a partially opaque matchmaking system is preferable, so the players have some control without being able to exploit it. And then what is it based on, though? Hideo leaves chat. You press the play button, you're presented with someone's defense, and you know that they'll have Bach point to take. There is no don't play this person, attack someone else button. By attacking someone, they're allowed to retaliate anytime in the next week or so. Yeah, so I think MMR, this is how we're going to do it. And we got to figure out how that's going to actually play out. Let's figure out how to... The bigger question is, how do we calculate a player's skill level? Yeah, okay. This isn't too bad. And since the players don't really need to be active, well, I guess they kind of do. We'll probably still have a matchmaker in all of this. That way when you hit the play button, it can take all this into account. So yeah, we'll still need a matchmaker. They'll take your ranking into account when finding a match. I'm not totally sure how I'm going to compute ranking yet. At first, there just won't be ranking at all, so that you could, well, I don't know about that. Because part of this is like, your rank might be very good, but you might not have the resources to be able to attack someone else. So one of the things I'm thinking about is, a defender can upgrade their CPU. Let's say they have it at the maximum level. So now an attacker is paired against them because this defender sucks at the game. Is this attacker at a disadvantage? If they can place as many bots as they need, then no, not necessarily. It's just a skill level thing that should matter. Now, this does interesting things for the game in that you're progressing in kind of weird ways. I need a fog machine. You wouldn't even be able to see me. You'd still see my fingers on the keyboard probably. How much are fog machines? I'm not gonna buy one. I'm just curious. Fog machine. $34, $35, $150. Actually not as expensive as I thought. But you need to buy fog juice. And that's actually almost as expensive. It's like $30. Alright guys. This is what I gotta get. This is it. We need to spend $300 on this. Hey Delibird. Hey Walter. So if an attacker can always scale up to a defender, then there's no real reason to improve your defense. because you don't gain anything by having a better CPU computer. Yeah, this is a problem. God, and I think that this is what eventually, this would turn the game into pay to win if I did this, though, I feel. I don't want that to be the case. I guess, man, I guess there's a difference between pay to win and like pay to climb the leaderboard. You should be able to, if the attacker can't scale up, it's not necessarily pay to win. It would be pay to climb the leaderboard. We couldn't rank people just based on MMR alone at that point. We would need to use their computer level and their MMR. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this. Beta Fog. You guys recommend the new Boston channel. I've never heard of that. Oh. Yeah, I've never heard of this. Have you ever considered turning Botland into a short-term cash cow and use the money you get to fund future games instead? No. Mostly because I think Botland was the game I wanted to make. Like, there isn't another game at the time that I want to make. And granted, I've got some ideas, but I feel like those would be really long endeavors to make too. So I'd rather just make Botland and support it. So if the attacker can't scale up, it's not necessarily pay to win, maybe it's pay to climb the leaderboard. We couldn't rank people just based on MMR alone. Yeah. So what would it look like to not be able to scale up? It would mean that as an attacker, you're progressing in ways that are more than just hardware amount. Or maybe the game is preventing you from putting one piece of hardware on lots of bots. Angel Thump. Angle Thump. I mean, there could just literally be a level. The simplest system, which probably isn't fun, would just be a level on attackers. As you upgrade your own computer, that level goes up, and you're on par with people of the same level. A difference of level just means that one player is favored. Yeah, non evil. Yeah, this is the simplest system, and honestly, this gives you an incentive to upgrade your CPU. This prevents you from being able to take on opponents much stronger than you. Well, it's really just, that's it. All this does is give you an incentive to upgrade your CPU. That's all. That's what this does. Is that a good thing? I don't know. I don't know what the answer to this is. I think this would be necessary, though. Otherwise, you're not... I gotta write this in here, though. Where does progression start? Yeah. Yeah. Progression needs to be tied to bot coin. So, attackers scaling up and potential problems. Suppose I've spent $1,000 on the game, and I have the best computer that you can buy with Bitcoin. If nothing prevents attackers from, like, I can place 20 defending bots. If any attacker, whether new to the game or a seasoned player, can place 20 bots to try to beat me, then... Oh, you know, another way of doing this is having computer level of the attacker dictate how many bots can be placed on offense. This way, an attacker of similar computer level to the defender will be expected to place the right number of bots, I guess. Then they will be able to beat me. And they should be able to beat me. I think this is a problem because you don't feel the impact of progression as a player if you're able to take on the veterans from the very beginning. So I think the simplest possible solution is to tie the power of an attacker to the level of their own computer. For example, maybe you can only place as many attacking bots as your computer level, and a defender can place as many defending bots as their computer level plus one. This means that an attacker of level X can place X bots versus the Y bots of a defender of level Y minus 1. I'll say the Y plus 1 of that, yeah. That means that a low level attacker will probably lose every match against a high level defender. Computer file, what is that? Never seen this guy before. Oh, wait a second. I've seen this guy before. And apparently this channel's uploads as well. Huh. Yeah, so this is the easiest way to do things, but there's still some issues here. So pros, a low-level attacker will... It's just this point here. This is desirable so that you feel like you're progressing in strength as the game goes on. This is really hard to balance. If you can beat a bad defender who has twice as many bots as you do, well, maybe that's not an issue though. No, maybe this isn't really hard to balance. Maybe it's hard to balance at low levels, but low levels don't matter. If you're, well, I guess the con is this. If people suck at defending at the early levels, your MMR may outpace your computer level. So you'll eventually be pitted against players who you can't beat. Yeah, that's the issue. Yeah. Well, what can you do? And for the sake of the prototype, does this really matter too much? Like, this is a problem that we could solve in different ways. Which is why I think it's worth prototyping this and not necessarily doing it. Yeah, okay, I think this is what we need to do. So, building defense. So let me see something. Okay. So the number of bots that you can place directly correlates with your computer level. This means that if you're a lower level than your opponent, they will be able to have more bots than you do. The other way of handling this, so I'll write this. Another way to handle this would be to have an inherent level for each bot that is equal to the computer's level of the owning player. Then have, after that, level would dictate power. The level difference dictate general power. That way the stats e.g. level 1 versus level 1 plus 0% damage dealt minus 0% damage taken. Level 1 versus level 2 would be, well, let's do it the other way. Plus 20% damage dealt, minus 5% damage taken, and just so on and so forth, up until the point where it's like, how am I supposed to beat them? This way, it's very unlikely that you win due to bad defenders. I wonder, what do you guys like better? Which system sounds better for balancing levels of attackers and defenders. The number of bots, by having a higher level, you can place more bots. Or power of bots. By having a higher level, your bots gain better stats. So this means that a level 1 attacker will probably not... Well, both... I don't know. You guys can form your own opinions. But yeah, what do you prefer here? Quantity or quality is the differentiator. Hey, Thelzy. How's the stream going? Oh, no audio. I don't know, I haven't played the game in ages. Well, this is more just a... This is just a question of... Without even having played the game, what do you think you might like? Because the way I see it is number of bots. You could always beat an enemy who has just more bots than you if you employ a good enough strategy. But power of bots, it's like even by directly countering an enemy who's got higher level bots, you might not beat them. Let's take a look. Whereas if we're increasing quantity, it's possible that you still beat bad defenders. I think, oh man, I don't know, because I don't think this matters so much. I think there's a lot of other things that go into this. Yeah. Okay. Both would be challenging. It's a good idea to punish players who are doing well for their first couple of days, but who haven't progressed enough to beat the defenders at their level. Add a number 2 for me. So most people prefer modifying the power. Okay. Took a quick straw poll. 75, like 3 votes for quality, 1 vote for quantity. That's 4 votes, unless your vote counted. Whatever, I'm just gonna write this. Okay, so let's change that then. The number of bots that you can place directly. The number of bots. The quantity of bots you can place correlates to the defender's computer level, but the quality correlates to your own. This means that you'll always have roughly the same number of bots as your opponent, but you'll do less damage to them if they're a higher level than you are. So is there any problem with this? Now let's say you downrank a whole lot. I guess then you'll just uprank after that. I think balance is going to be tough. Okay, what else do we have to decide here? These are PvE in the game. How will balance play out? The whole cost to attack. Yeah, by having a bot coin cost, you can still be locked out of the game, but at least it's because you ran out of a resource you can control. Works good players and allows them to keep playing, which means players will want to get better, make good decisions during the game. It probably also helps balance the cost of items in the game. For example, at higher levels, perhaps refilling your... Hey, Matos. Also, we're there. Okay. So, perhaps refilling your stamina is much more costly than it used to be. So, buying more hardware is appealing. At early levels, though, it could be cheaper. So, buying more hardware is considered expensive. This is probably why they just have two currencies in most games, so they don't have to worry about this sort of balancing issue. Because yeah, what are the things you can buy in the game? Botcoin is the in-game currency of currency in Botland. You can spend it on upgrading your computer, buying hardware or cosmetic items directly. And what else did I write here? Refilling stamina, which I guess would be like repairing your bots, but it's not really repairing your bots, it'd be like repairing your hardware, I guess. Maybe, you know what would be interesting? Well, no, this wouldn't really work. I was going to say, what if hardware could break, and if it breaks, then you can't use it on your bots anymore. This is like the max durability thing I think I'm about to describe. So now you want to own duplicates. Yeah, this is just the durability thing. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, let's just not worry about that for right now, I guess. So attacking costs stamina, I suppose, and you can refill your stamina. See, I don't like the idea of stamina, but if you can refill it by spending money and you just don't lose it by winning matches, then I think I'm okay with it. Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna have to do for now, at least. Cost to attack. Attacking costs stamina. Stamina can be purchased. A successful attack returns all of the stamina. Alright, see, old man. A successful attack returns all the stamina spent. Stamina can be purchased with Botcoin. So, okay, we have upgrading your computer, buying hardware or cosmetic items directly, and refilling your stamina. That's it. Those are the only things. So, like, at some point we're going to have numbers for this stuff. So let's say stamina is like $100 per point. And let's say you start with, I don't know, 15 points of stamina. Every time you level up your... Well, should you have a player level here too? What would that even do? Every time you level up your computer, you get... +1 max stamina. So computer levels would be something like level 1 given to you. Level 2 I don't know, 1500. Like, I don't know what this would be. Let's just make some curve here. So double, then 1.5 times, then let's go with 2 times, then let's go with 2 times again, I guess. Alright, hey Thelzy. Oh, it's going well. So at that point, like, stamina is, who cares? Like, if we go with this kind of system, then the amount of bot coin you'd have to earn would need to scale. The amount of bot coin you earn would need to scale. So how do you get bot coin? You get bot coin by successfully beating someone's defense. And I guess successfully defending. I think that's an interesting thing, successfully defending. And maybe that's it. Maybe that's how this works. Maybe that's what we start with at least. So should you get more money from attacking someone who's higher level? I feel like yes, you should. You lose something for not defending. When you do this, make sure you don't add so much stuff that the game gets too complex. Yeah. I think that's important, but I described King of Thieves, which has somewhere between 10 and 50 million downloads. And where is it? Yeah, here's the game summary of just what I wrote down. You have a gold mine, there's a totem you can upgrade, other players can steal the gem that's in your totem, players' dungeons are locked with keys, you get gold when you beat someone's dungeon, missions can give you premium currency, your dungeon has, like, look at all these bullet points for just this game, King of Thieves, which is like wildly successful. So I think when you write a game down on paper, it ends up sounding more complex than it might actually be. But I do agree that complexity is something you need to keep an eye on. And I think, yeah. Okay, so yeah, should you get more money for beating someone's defense who's higher level? Defenders need to lose something when they're not successful, otherwise they have no reason to make a good defense. What they lose could even just be MMR. But then should there be an MMR for attacking and one for defending? So you're paired up against people who are like, I don't know. I don't even know how this would work. I have no idea. What if you're really good at coming up with defenses, but really bad at attacking people? I don't know what should happen there. What if you're really good at attacking people, but really bad at defending, or vice versa? How does this affect your matchmaking? Also, if anyone wants to play the newest prototype, it's there. I don't think anyone's playing it. Yeah, no one is. We had 78 games. Not bad. Average wait time in the queue is 3 seconds. The median wait time is a quarter second, though. So what that means to me is that this was back when the server hadn't started, and it was like Hideo and I in the queue. We were waiting for like 20 seconds. In fact, yeah, max wait time was actually 2.5 minutes. What's changed in the prototype from yesterday? I shall show you. So one is that you can now press the keyboard keys on your keyboard, the number keys, excuse me, on your keyboard to pick what blueprint you want. Two is that you can now just paint them on the arena. So you can use the number keys and just click a bunch of tiles and you can put down all your bots. Three is that you can remove them by clicking any bots that are there. And now you can start the game by pressing enter. You can concede the game by pressing C. And I think that's it. And I changed some balance stuff. Can't edit blueprint. Oh, this is a bug with your browser size actually. This is so like if you increase the size of your browser, no, wait, it's the height. Yeah, so see how the edit blueprint button is getting pushed off the page? Just expand the height of your browser or zoom out a little bit and you'll be able to see it. I know of that bug. I've got to fix that. But until then, just zoom out in your browser. And if you guys want a defense to play against, I've got one right here. So in order to use this, just go to the bpaste link, copy paste everything inside of it, and then hit the play button and paste it into chat and hit enter, and you'll play against this defense that I made. It's not like a great defense or anything. This was a strategy that I made where, check this out, when this starts, this bot's gonna get like 9 shields on him. So he's incredibly heavily shielded. But it's not like a good strategy or anything. So these bots only ever shield that one. Yeah, Unknown Evil, I know. It's still a bug. And I'm going to have to fix it. But in the meantime, you do have a workaround. And if you need to, you can increase the size of your browser window. Oh, wait a second. You apparently can't make it any bigger than this? Can you use the arrow keys to do it? No, wow, you can't. Huh, I didn't know that. Okay, well, you can always zoom out. That should work. So you get bot coin by successfully beating someone's defense or successfully defending against an attack. This sounds silly. Or I guess selling items too. Selling items that you don't want. So let's say items. You can acquire functional items like lasers, missiles, etc., and cosmetic items, e.g. wasp head, geode torso, Quetzal foot. There's no reason to own duplicates. Yeah. Well, I don't know what you'd be able to spend money on in the game, but I do need a section for that. You can spend real money on blank. Well, don't know. And I'm not sure what makes the most sense there. Like, buying botcoin probably makes the most sense, but then botcoin needs to do everything in the game, and it always needs to be desirable. Did I even make a section in here for real money? Nope, I just put a question. What can you buy? So let's write that down. And let's also make this all visible to you guys. Okay, so real money. If real money can only purchase botcoin, then you've always got to want botcoin. Is stamina regenerating over time? Yeah, I just didn't write that down. Where did I... Oh, yeah. Yeah, so... if that's the case, then we need to add such a crazy amount of things in the game that you can buy that you will never have enough through normal play. This is the whales of a game are who's funding the game. Also, out of curiosity, did you guys actually get into the game? No, not yet. You like Texas Hold'em? I don't. I'm not really into card games unless they've got like, you know, fantasy creatures printed on them, I guess. Actually, what card games have I even played? I've played Magic the Gathering. I like collectible card games. I played Magic the Gathering for a bit. I played Hearthstone. I continue to play Hearthstone actually. I played the Pokemon trading card game as a video game. I guess I had Pokemon cards in real life, but I never played the game. Or I tried to one time and just totally didn't care. And I think that's it. I don't think I tried any other ones. So yeah, as far as playing cards go, like blackjack and poker, and I don't play any of those games. They just don't interest me. If that's the case, then we need to add such a crazy amount of things in the game. Pot of greed. Ad blocker interference detected. Interesting. I guess whatever search crawler they have. Hey, Procalopsis. Hypertext markup language. Is this a trading card game now? Yeah, man, I got the A tag. Nice. Yeah, so real money. If you can spend it on something else, this is where I wonder, like, other games have you pay to speed things up. Sometimes literally, you're just making a timer go faster. And sometimes figuratively, you're spending money on unlocking something sooner. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this. I think Botland is not going to have such a breadth of items where you will constantly want to buy more. And sure, we could make them ridiculously expensive or something, but I don't know how I feel about that. And so there are these buffs that I talked about that I think could be interesting. The whole, where is it? It was in the ideas section. This. Something like, hey, I want more shield duration, or I want EMP to be stronger, or shoot in a larger area. I think that stuff is really interesting, and I don't know how you obtain those in the game. Like, they can't just be stronger copies of the existing hardware. I think that's unfair. I think that's really unfair. What do you spend real money on? Because, yeah, what if we had, like, shield, like, level 1 shield, and tier 1 is, 50 absorption, and tier 2 and tier 3. And then there's something that's like level 2 shield, and it just adds to all of those. So now each of these gets 50 more. And it's like, is this doing something for the game? Or is it just making you buy your way up this ladder system? And honestly, like, if this is all tied into MMR, is that such a bad thing anymore? And it would give you a reason to own duplicate items. It might be super obnoxious, though. But here's an idea, at least. I guess I'll write. One idea we could have to greatly increase the amount of things you could purchase would be a binary tree system of leveling up items. This would cheapen the game greatly, in my opinion. The way it would work is this. 2 of the same level 1 item can be combined. What are you going to do about security and package editing? What do you mean by package editing? Because security-wise, like, everything's still going to take place on the server. So there's no way that you'd be able to, like, there's theoretically no way that you'd be able to change client-side code and actually get any sort of benefit. And sure, there's minor stuff like you could speed up animation times and maybe be able to play games faster, but like whatever. I don't think you'd be able to do things like set the life of your bot to 1,000,000,000,000 and then have it actually matter. But yeah, any sort of hacking like that should be prevented. Um, I don't know. There's the same sort of attack surface as there is for most games here, I feel. Like, there's nothing guaranteeing that League of Legends doesn't have an exploitable, who knows what, buffer overflow or arbitrary code execution or something, and maybe you can find it and then take over all of their servers. But chances are that doesn't exist. And same thing in League of Legends, there's always social engineering. You can just say to another player, hey, give me your account password and I'll do blank. And then they give you their password and now you have their account. And I don't know. there's no getting around social engineering, that's for sure. Two of the same level 1 items can be combined to form two of the exact same items can be combined to form the next level of that item. Items go from level 1 to level 3. So is not the same as tier number, which is still choosable. This means, so level 1 makes a level 2. Level 2 plus a level 2 makes a level 3. This means 4 level 1 items. Rate my dog. I believe this is the Horsky breed. Oh, disclaimer, not my dog. Fine. So this gives a reason to own duplicate items to an extent. So, alright, from the point of view of I think this cheapens the game because strategy matters less than the level of your hardware. This area for investment. Oh, we could make them like really, really minor benefits. Cosmetic items can cost bot coin in a large amount to make them a goal. Yeah, I'm not sure I want to do this. Once you buy every character in Rune, you have no need for the in-game currency. Yeah, but like, one, I imagine that's really, really hard to do in League of Legends. And two, I imagine that very few players actually want to do that. They probably know what characters they like playing, so they buy those. And they just don't buy the other characters. Ever. Like, that's how I think it works in most games. In something like Hearthstone, a lot of people just they sell off every card that is not one of the ones for one of the competitive decks that they might want ever. And that's it. So they've got like 2-3 decks, but they're solid decks. And one shot. Thanks for following. What about wagering? You wager 2 bot coin that your defense will win. Someone accepts that and offers their bot coin is taken and stored somewhere else. When the game finishes, the winner. So, Digite, I think that's fine, but you still run into the question of what are you spending your money on? Like, I think that for a game like this to work, you need to have such a large amount of things to spend your money on that you never feel satisfied. So there are people out there who are like, okay, well that's fine. I'll just learn to be satisfied with what I have. And then there are the whales out there who are going to spend thousands of dollars on the game and actually keep you afloat. So part of what I could do here is I could just say, like, your equipment all has a level, and by leveling it up, it's not something crazy like, oh my god, you're doing double the amount of absorption that you would normally be doing. I could say something like this. I could say like this goes to 55, this goes to 105, and this goes to like 155. Well, it probably had to be percentage based. So something like this. That's not so much more powerful than level 1 where you'd be like, that's unfair. But it is more powerful. It's a 10% increase. I would have tons more options for hardware, but by having tons more options, you want those to be discernible differences between the hardware. So for example, imagine if I have shield, like 100 absorption, 5 duration, 3 cooldown. And then imagine if I have something like long lasting shield, which is only 80 absorption, but it's 8 duration and 3 cooldown. Is this meaningfully different from this one? Like, sure, there's a difference. There's probably a scenario where you want it. But then what if I'm like short cooldown shield or something like that? And this has 80 absorption, and this is still 5 duration, but it's 1 cooldown. So you can spam shields on people. Like, that's what I think I'd be incentivized to do as a game designer to get it to the point where, yes, we have this breadth of hardware that you might want to buy. Add the ability to apply duration buffs to your attack and defense. What are duration buffs? Yeah, and I mean, it certainly is one way to go about doing this. Another idea to increase the amount of things in the game would be expanding the varieties of hardware, but then they would need to have meaningful differences. Another system is to have temporary items or some number of uses or a maintenance cost. Like, what if you rented items in the game? So every time you go into a match, it costs you bot coin based on just how many items you have in your inventory. Like, every system you can come up with will incentivize certain things and disincentivize other things. And I guess that's why the point is listing out what you want from real money purchases as a requirement. So the way I see it is, the requirements are, there needs to be a way for people to spend however much money they want on the game. And maybe that's, I don't know, maybe it's like cosmetic items or something. I'll see. I still like the idea of buying new custom bots, animations in different colors with real money, as this does not affect any real values that could make it pay to win. Yeah, I think animations will probably be a tough thing to sell people on if matches happen very quickly, because then the animations aren't seen very frequently. But as far as colors go, like, yeah, I think spending money on these, that's reasonable. I don't know how frequently people would want to change these, though. But yeah, another thing is to just charge a lot for cosmetic items, I guess. Like, each cosmetic item is basically $1 or something. I don't know. See, this system isn't too terribly bad. Of like level one, let's say, is 100 damage. Let's just talk about lasers here. And hey, Root Killer. Root Killer, you were here like, yeah, 221. That's 17 minutes later. Yeah, you could change that. Oh, one shot got it. $4 in Warframe for like 40 colors. Yeah. Anyway, let me think about this for a sec. So, level 1. One shot. You'll get a whisper from BotLad with a link. You can click that link. You actually should have already gotten one for following. If you have whispers turned off, then it probably just looks like spam. Or, sorry, if you have whispers turned on, it probably just looks like spam. Huh. Okay, so level, damage, and number of items required. So level 1 does, let's say, 100 damage, and number of items required is 1. And let's say things can go up to level 5. This would be ridiculous. So number of items required is 2, 4, 8, and then 16 finally. So damage would have to scale. What if it's literally just 5% every time? So now by getting level 5 of an item, you're 20% better than somebody else. This is crazy, I think. And yeah, it definitely does look like a spam bot. If I unfollow and refollow it, no, you don't. You can buy it if you want. I'll make them green. Oh, I think 2 people are controlling them right now. Thelzy. Oh no, it's just Thelzy. So now one shot, you chose color lights green, but Thelzy turned color loop on. So when the color loop is set to on, you have to actually turn it off first before it works. So your color lights green didn't do anything. And now your token expired. If 2-person control the lights, how does it react? It's just like 2 people sitting at a light switch in real life. If one person turns them on and the other person turns them off, then they'll be off afterward. What happened here? Oh, I see. So this would mean that you'd need 16 of each hardware to get a plus 20% benefit. This could be too much of a swing, and it doesn't really feel good for players either. I'm gonna put this into here. What if players could research a small improvement-based tech tree with Botcoin so they can pay to finish it faster or whatever? Yeah, I think something like that is interesting. Really, why do we even have hardware unlocking the way it does right now? Yeah, maybe you just pay money to unlock hardware the other way. And IRO items can drop X times level divided by 50%. So if level is 5, you're saying, well, I think you mean times 50%. Otherwise you're actually multiplying the level multiple times. But anyway, yeah, I don't think having it scale up quickly is a good idea. I don't even know if I like this idea. I just want to think about it though. Having research time is a big thing. Yeah, and maybe that's how I do this. But one of the things I should write here then is Unknown Evil. I don't actually know what happens in that case. If no, so if the distance is greater than you're allowed to teleport, it just immediately breaks. So that's why you have something called can teleport. So when you try teleporting somewhere, you have if and then go into movement and say can teleport to. So just put the same coordinates here that you end up putting in here and you'll be fine. So whatever coordinates you have in here, if can teleport to, like maybe you do math of this. So you say x plus 5 y, then duplicate this entire thing and just paste it into here. And there you go. So Unknown Evil, let me know if that answers your question. Items are simply researched. So pros, this is a way to unlock items according to what a user wants, rather than randomness. You can put research times on all the items so that users can spend bot coin to speed them up. Cons, oh, I guess the other thing is this prevents unlocking duplicates because you can't research something more than once. Well, maybe you can. I don't know if everyone has access to this. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't think I ever revisited this. Who suggested this? Yeah, Dalsy and Digite. What's the other thing? What if items can be combined to form... Oh, no, don't worry about Digite. Never mind. Not worth explaining. Insert table. So this is the whole level, damage, and then insert column right. This would be number of items needed. Okay. None of this should be bold. You put your lights on a drone? Lots of people slice my neck open. So, pros. There's a huge reason to want duplicates. Cons. A DGI Matrix 600? What is this? Oh, a drone. No, thank you. So this is what I was writing in the real money system. So this gets a reason, this gives more area for investment, cheapens the game. Yeah. Items can be combined to form better items. So I can't think of cons for hardware as unlocked by researching. I guess there's no excitement. There's no excitement from the randomness of getting epic loot. 5 damage, the level seems too shallow. So Coal Miner, I don't really like this idea because of this reason right here. This cheapens the game because strategy matters less than the level of your hardware. So imagine if this was much steeper. Level 1 did 100 damage and level 2 did like 150. So now it's, how are you going to beat a player who got level 5 of something? All they did was spend more money on the game, and they got way more. Pay to win at this point. So I don't like that. I mean, having everything take time is certainly one thing. $10 per level, not 50. No, coal miner, like it's still the same issue, right? If you have 100 damage and it scales up by 10 every level, like at some point someone's doing 40% more damage than you because they had 16 of an item. Like that's still crazy. I honestly, I think even this is crazy. Them doing 20% more damage than you. I think if anything, it should be a more of a curve than a line here. So that probably ideally this would look like this. The first boost is like +5, then it's +4, then it's +3, then it's +2, then it's +1. This would be like 114. So now you're 14% better than somebody. And most people are probably going to get at least the first upgrade. So that you're really only whatever the difference is between 114 divided by 105. So yeah, you're like 9% better than them. That's not so bad. But then again, you have to ask yourself like, hey, I have level 4. Do I really want to get 8 more items to get just 2 more damage? Like, when's that ever going to make a difference? So I don't like this system at all. I just think it's a bad thing. It's pay to win. It's just a, I don't know. Part of me thought, what if I just made Botland and I tried to make no money from it? Or like enough to cover the server costs. So you spent like approximately $5 a year or something like that as a player. I thought, what if I just did that, or like enough for me to live off of basically, but never to hire anybody else. Then I can make a game that everybody likes, and business people everywhere would say, "What an idiot! He has people willing to throw money at this game. He's not taking it." I guess if I want people to call me an idiot, there are a lot easier ways to do it than that. Yeah, so I think researching is actually a really interesting thing. So you pay to unlock it via research, which actually is kind of, honestly, this is pretty much, there's a tech tree, which perhaps is just a set of choices as opposed to, well, yeah, there's a tech tree that you have to progress through to unlock different items. Yeah, see, there we go, Hideo. This is slightly different from outright purchasing items in that there are requirements that need to be met before you can unlock something. For example, we could put EMP farther down in the tech tree. I should say further since it's not physical distance. Further down in the tech tree than easy to understand items like lasers and missiles. It also kind of prevents you from just randomly unlocking something. So, alright, I think this is interesting. I think maybe we do this. I do wonder whether you should have multiple levels for this stuff. Means you as the game designer get to control the flow of battles from level 1 to X. Yeah, that's actually another thing, I suppose. For people who won't spend money, we get to control how people will, how players, how they'll experience the game. Unknown Evil says I just put down like 25 bots, pretty laggy. That will all get fixed at some point. Let's take a look. Yeah, so on my machine it's not too bad. But if it's laggy on yours, then yeah, that's something I can do something about. Also, it looks much smoother on my screen than it's probably showing up through Twitch. I have Twitch set to like 24 frames per second, and I don't have my bitrate set very high, so I don't know what it looks like through Twitch. Maybe it looks smooth, but on OBS it doesn't look smooth. So okay, we could pursue this a little bit further by allowing players to spend more bot coin to upgrade each particular item. Again, this is pay to win, but we could mitigate it somewhat by making the benefits relatively minor. So what I'm picturing here is, excuse me, you have some tree. So there's kind of tier 1 of this tree. And I'm just going to draw a couple of these things. So there we go. And at each different point in this tree, there's something. So maybe you start with like lasers, missiles, and I don't know, armor. Like none of this matters. And then down here, there's something like cloaking, and over here there's artillery, and then over here there's EMP, and over here there's shield. None of this makes sense. It doesn't matter. But what I'm wondering is, should we allow you to spend money on the same one and level that one up some more? And the answer is, I don't know. I suppose we could always do that, and it wouldn't matter so much. Is there, yeah. I think the only real ways you can do this, if you want players to buy bot coin, then bot coin always needs to be desirable. To make bot coin desirable, you either need tons of things to purchase, or you need to have an item sync in the game. I think that's it, right? There's no other real way to do this. Or like, yeah. So you have tons of things to purchase, or you need an item sync in the game, or you need like maintenance costs in bot coin, e.g. repairing bots. You know, clicker games and monetization is actually really, I think, underhanded. They're typically infinite games. And so when you're level 1 versus when you're level like 1 to the power of, 1 times 10 to the power of like 40, you can still spend $1 on the game, but that dollar is going to get you like so much more when you're at a higher level gold wise, and yet relative to where you are in the game, it gets you exactly the same. Because it all follows just some curve on a graph. And at any given time, you're going to be getting the same relative benefit. Hey, Lulong. So I think we could do something sort of like that for matchmaking. where the cost goes up in stamina, but your $1 buys you like 10 matches, regardless of what level you're at. I don't know, but I think this is really, there are only a few ways to accomplish this, so let me write this down. Always has to be desirable. Ways to accomplish this. Have tons and tons of things to purchase in the game. Which says you could do like special in-game events that you would need boot coins to enter. Yeah, I don't know what those events would look like, and I don't know if they'd be worth spending money on. Like, I think in MMORPGs, there's a lot of potential for cool events. In like Minecraft, you could have a lot of cool events. But in Botland, I wonder what it would be. Maybe it'd be like you can play against some special defense that's set up, or a random. Actually, maybe you're right, Shakespeare. Maybe that's the kind of thing that could be interesting. Tons and tons of things to purchase in the game. Have an ongoing cost for the things that you own. E.g., all right, I'm gonna give you a point because I think it's a good idea. E.g., repairing bots, buying stamina, etc. What was the other thing that I said? Oh yeah, having an item sink. This is essentially an ongoing cost. But it's something like you can only use lasers X times for X games and then they break. If you did have an event, you could, and you added the tech tree, then when finishing the event, you would gain a bunch of tech points or simply just unlock a skill in the tech tree. Yeah, I think something like that, like if you're going to enter an event, you have to want what you get out of the event. So what you get out of it would have to be like special items or something like that. So this could be like hardware, cosmetics, computer upgrades, stamina, maybe event entry. E.g., play against a randomly made defense that has a crazy number of bots. Maybe this is how you unlock like super special hardware. And so one of the questions that I always have for any of these games is like, I spent $1,000 on a game. What did I get? If I'm the kind of person to spend thousands of dollars on this game, what am I getting? Okay. Yeah, so I think this is a good bulleted list of all the different ways you can accomplish this. But yeah, botcoin would always have to be desirable. And that means you always kind of need to be working toward other things that are desirable in the game. We're time to lose $100 and we're going shopping. Yeah, so I guess there's enough of a way that we can balance this stuff. So I think unlocking items through a research tree can be fine. And I think there's got to be like those sorts of buffs too. And you know what? That's actually, this would work really well. That you could, after getting hardware, you can get a buff for it, and then you can choose which buffs you want. Let's write this down. Because we know what order you're unlocking hardware, if we want to implement the buff idea, we can just make it have we could just make the base hardware be a prerequisite. E.g., plus shield duration can branch off of shield hardware in the list. It'd be cool if you did add the tech tree. You'd be able to upgrade the hardware to even better. Well, and that's something that Double T's, I don't know how it would work exactly. Because I was planning this out earlier of like, okay, let's say you could upgrade the hardware. Are you just literally, is it getting better? Because if it's just getting outright better, then the people who spent more money on the game are going to be just, like I said, outright better than the people who didn't spend as much money on the game. A VIP system? Yeah, I feel like once you have a good game, it comes down to a bunch of like marketing and psychology and business of how do I get people to spend money on just bits. I know, I'll add cheering into the game, and by typing cheer 100, you'll transfer all of your doubloons into my bank account. It's the perfect system. Anyway, yeah, so Double T's, I don't think I like this system, because I think paying to upgrade hardware is paying to win, I think. Paying to unlock the hardware, I feel, is paying to get utility. So, like, you could probably win if you just have lasers, missiles, and reflect against my bots. But, hey, EMP would be really great in this scenario. You just don't have it. Microtransaction-based games take two forms. Real money used for entirely cosmetic purposes, real money used to win. Well, not necessarily used to win. Like, imagine if I made StarCraft, just the exact copy of StarCraft, and I said, oh, every 10 games, you gotta just pay $1 or wait 24 hours. That's neither of those, I feel. Like, you're not paying for cosmetics and you're not paying to win, you're just paying to play. So that's games like Farmville, I think, or Mafia Wars or something. You could do it a lot different. Instead of just increasing the damage of the laser, you might want to do a party buff. So if a person or multiple people have this laser upgrade, you would gain a buff that would help in a team. So I don't think teams are going to be in this game. But I also think that that's still pay to win, I think. And what is RoboCraft? What is this game? Okay, well, apparently this was a terrible idea. I just want to find out what this is. Build robots from cubes, jump in and drive them. Hey, they have a CPU in their game. Oh, neat. Yeah, this is very different. Very different from Botland. How to shot web. Alright, interesting. You can buy premium for a period of time? What does premium do for you? So it just speeds up everything. Winning gets you double money. Well, so yeah, one of the questions. So I like. Okay, let me write a bunch of things down. So I like the research idea. I need to put research and buffs into the design doc, and then I need to figure out how you even get cosmetics at all in the game. Like, how do you get them? I don't know. And so I think you definitely need to get at least one or two, at least a few probably, in the first week that you play. That way not everyone's bots look the same. Yeah, I don't know how you'd get cosmetic items exactly. You could just outright buy them with botcoin. So you could just buy them with botcoin. I think that's pretty reasonable. And I think that's probably going to have to be one of the ways you can definitely do this. I think if we're going to do things that way, then do you need more botcoin at higher levels? Or win ratio is largely the same. At the end of each match, you have a % chance to get a salvage pack. Salvage pack hype. It's just random loot table of items. You can then pay botcoin to combine salvage packs together. Well, so I don't know what you're getting from salvage packs other than cosmetic items at this point. Because if there's a research tree, it wouldn't make a lot of sense for you to just be granted something like halfway down the tree. And even if you, let's say you're like, well, I'm not that far down the tree, so I can only get whatever's at this level. Well, even if you got whatever's at this level, like, what if you manipulate the tree in such a way that you're going depth first, so that the only thing you're allowed to be granted is a very expensive thing, let's say. Well, so Unknown Evil, I showed a picture of this earlier. This is what the basic bot is going to look like. And so I want people to still see this bot for a little bit. I just don't want everyone to have it all the time. Unless they want it, that's fine. And then this is a missile launcher. This would be the same for every bot. And this is the missile from the missile launcher. That could be done by simple tasks and challenges. So the player would have to win a special scenario or have to win a game in a certain way. Yeah, so there could be missions essentially. And I talked about this idea. Missions, a way of giving arbitrary tasks so that people have other ways to play. What bot is that? That looks great. Oh yeah, it's going to be the default bot. So imagine it without the missile launcher. In fact, do I have a picture of that? Let me see if I can show you guys. So I have a lot of artwork I haven't shown you, which I don't plan on showing you until I actually implement it. But let me see if I can find... Oh yeah, this stuff's super exciting. But you're not going to see it. You're just not going to see it. Alright, here. So yeah, here's what the default bot looks like. I like it. It's pretty good. You can see the player colors showing on these too. So that's pretty neat. I think the other question is like, yeah, how does PvE work? Does it cost stamina? I didn't put it on the wrong screen. I had to load up Slack and I don't want that showing on screen. Stop building suspense. One of those bots is not like the other. No, they're all the same. This is the default bot. This is the default bot. This is the default bot. How does PvP work? And then what was the other thing that you guys were talking about? Oh yeah, consecutive login bonuses, I guess. And there was something else. I don't know. I don't know what it was. You could earn random ones as prizes every so often. There's no reason to own duplicates though. Unless we make it so there's a reason to own duplicates. But I don't really like that. Actually, I kind of do like that. I kind of like having to own duplicates of cosmetics if you want a whole team that looks a certain way. I don't know how we accomplish that exactly, but I think that's what we need to write down. Now, what in the world was I going to write down for the other part of this? So, oh yeah, paint. How do you get colors? Right. How do you get colors? What if there were leaderboards so the top X people get a nice cosmetic item? Yeah, I think that could eventually happen too. But then leaderboards would need to reset, I think. Or be volatile enough where it wasn't the same person getting them every time. Yeah, actually some sort of gambling thing I think is kind of interesting. Not in the sense of like cashing out, but maybe you enter a raffle for cosmetic items. Okay, so let me write this down in the real money section. Raffle entry for rare cosmetics. Gambling. Not exactly gambling. Alright, hang on, I'm gonna go grab some water, I'll be right back. You could have duplicate cosmetics for trading, selling. Or dismount. I don't know what the last part is, to get like scrap or something. Trading, I think trading is very difficult to justify in a game like this. Like, I guess you'd only trade cosmetic items, but then in a game where you have trading, you have to ask, how do you find other people to trade with? Is there like a way you can post? Is there an auction house? Are you just posting on forums or something? Is there any shared space in the game? And if you're just trading cosmetic items, are people like selling those? I'm not sure. But yeah, okay. I think I want to write this stuff down in this document. And I think this is just how things will go. I need to put research and bust in the design doc. Yeah, okay. So let's write all this down. So in here, where's Botcoin? You can acquire hardware. There's no reason to own duplicates. So this stuff isn't... I gotta flesh this section out. And you don't even buy hardware anymore. Okay. Parental Hans says, there's a game called Rocket League. In this game, when you win a match, you could gain a random cosmetic item. Interesting. Is there anything... So, I've heard of Rocket League. I've seen it be played. Is there anything functional you can get for winning matches? Is there any, like, in-game currency? Or are you always just getting... Like, how do they make money off of the game? Do you just outright buy it at first? I think the game costs money, right? Yeah, it costs $20. Okay, so they get money up front. And then, are there microtransactions in the game? Whoa, what? Because of agreements with our online service provider, there are certain regions that are unable to connect. China? What? What? I didn't know that. I wonder... Wow, that's strange. Yeah. Did not know that. Hey, AMD. Only cosmetics. They just have tons of them. You can also buy them. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. Alright, so let's write this down. So I don't think items is really a good way. Let's say hardware. So hardware means functional items like lasers, shield, missiles, etc. They can be equipped to bots. Yeah, they can be equipped to bots in the 7 slots that they get. Okay, so you unlock hardware by researching it. There is a tech tree. Researching takes time and Bitcoin and abides by a tech tree. So there's something kind of interesting that A Link Between Worlds did, and it's renting items. I wonder if there's a picture of this. Yeah. So this is actually like a really, oh god, Link's Hideaway. Oh, at first I'm like, oh, they have some like URL hiding site, but it's just the name of Link. Anyway, they had a system where if you wanted to rent the item, it cost hardly anything, but if you died, then you would lose the item. And you couldn't upgrade the item later in the game unless you bought it. So it was a question of like, do I think I'm a bad gamer? In which case you would... Basically, would you rent them in that case? I don't know. Anyway, you had a decision to make of whether you rent or buy. So one of the things I wonder about is what if you had multiple, like, what if your tech tree looked like this? Let's just come up with a really basic one. Like you start with lasers, then you have like missiles, and then you have artillery. And so you can buy missiles. By buying missiles, you'll get level 0, which gives you relatively weak missiles, but lets you unlock artillery. So like, let's say you don't actually care about missiles, but we put artillery beneath missiles. So now you have to spend money sort of twice on everything. I don't know if that helps. Like that way, if you want to go for breath, you can go for breath. And then later fill in all of the levels that you missed. I don't know if this is a good idea, but either way, I'll just write down what I have planned. So you unlock hardware by researching it. Researching it takes time and Bitcoin and abides by a tech tree. Just got a sudden urge to smash my computer. Alright, so cosmetic items. Cosmetic items are purely aesthetic. They are items like wasp head, geode, torso, and quetzal foot. Each bot has a head/torso/foot slot. Now, the important part is, alright, so we got that down. We also have buffs in here. So buffs. Defenders can have 2 buffs applied to all of their bots. Buffs are essentially like items. And so the reason we're going with a tech tree is because there's no reason to have duplicates of hardware. Alright, so buffs are essentially like items. And, well, I don't even think I need to write that. Buffs are unlocked via the same tech tree that contains hardware. Yeah. Grant benefits such as plus shield, absorption, and duration, and plus EMP duration, something like that. It serves as a way to invest in your entire defense so that attackers can read the games. Where did I write this stuff? Serves as a way to invest in your entire defense so that attackers can read the arena state more easily. And it also serves as a way for defenders to use strategies that may not be the most powerful on their own. E.g. zapper, shield, what are the other things I wrote here? Teleport, cloaking, etc. Okay. Yeah, so we got buffs, we got research. Cool, so let's talk about missions. Missions are given out well, it was like once every day, but you had to log in to get them. Let's just write this down. Missions are given out once every day, but you have to log in to get access to your mission, your next mission. Up to, I don't know, let's say 5 can collect in your mission log, and you can choose to delete missions at any time. So missions serve as a way, I wrote this down. Missions serve as a way to mix up your gameplay. E.g., win as an attacker by getting at least 2 kills with landmines. And also dole out rewards for players. Alright, so missions are in there. How does PvE work? Does it cost stamina? Yeah, so like, why do we even have PvE in the game? So despite that this is really indirect PvP in botland, there should also be pure PvE. The pros are that we can teach players how to overcome particular situations. These can start out very easy, e.g. a defender that only has lasers bots that you can beat easily by using Reflect. Eventually, they can be special situations like permanently cloaked bots, etc. I don't program for 12 hours, Olo. In fact, I don't think I've ever streamed for more than 10 hours. And I'm not programming for every single stream. But you're proud, and that's the feeling that continues to drive people like that. So yeah, good job, Olo. Just pat yourself on the back. So I think this is the helpful thing for PvE, and also there's ladder anxiety for a lot of players who don't want to let others know. Oh, the replay function. Ah, darn it. When you've been beaten, actually, let me take a quick poll. Defenders have access to replays. Nice, AMD. Do you want to show it? Should defenders have access to replays from... I'm just going to write this out. How should defenders have access to replays? Only for people who successfully beat their defense, or every attack, whether it was successful or not? So, okay, I'm going to create this poll. You guys should answer this one, but so like imagine if 20 people attacked you but only one person won. Would you want to be able to see all of them? What if one person attacked you like 10 times? How do you sift through all these replays? Oh, AMD, you can't copy paste it, I think, because it's probably too much to copy paste. Okay, so people said every attack, whether it was successful or not. I don't know how large replays are going to get, because we're probably going to have to do this in a priority queue of like, we'll save off the last X replays, and we're going to prioritize the ones who actually beat you. Oh, you should go to sleep then. So every attack, okay. So people want to see all of the attacks, whether they were successful or not. When you've been attacked, a replay will be saved. You can watch later to see what the attacker did. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Called Droid Script. Oh, cool. Cool. Yeah. So. Oops. Wait, what's going on here? Oh yeah, there's ladder anxiety for a lot of people. Don't let others know that they've been attacked. This gets saved regardless of whether the attacker won. We can't save infinite replays, so we will prioritize scenarios where the defender lost. That way the defender knows what to improve. Someone uses an aimbot. You're right, Olo. I never thought of that. Okay, so replays are there. So how does PvE work? How would PvE work? I think it's a way to just teach you how to play the game. So maybe it's just like a set of tutorials. Like, we could surface this as simply as a set of tutorial missions. Am I standing? Yeah. We could also tie this into the game in a different way. Not sure. Not sure what's best. I think that's what we'll kind of just start with at least. What's going on here? In order to teach, well, we could have it cost stamina if we want, in which case it probably wouldn't give a great reward. I don't think it should cost stamina. I think you should be able to do these for free, and they should give you a reward the first time you play them. Yeah, I'll just say this. In order to teach players how to play, we'll have tutorial missions that they can go on. These may have unique scenarios that players can't achieve themselves. Well, can't get for themselves, e.g. permanently cloaked bots that require you to blind fire lasers or use fiery weapons. Here's the game so far. It's having this bug though where it gets to where you pick up the sword and would show the next message. Then the last message I made in it, and I tried fixing it, but now it says unexpected end of input. Well, what do you mean, forgot the... What? What do you... AMD, like, you can see my screen. I don't know what you're talking about. You said, here's the game. I don't know where the game is. You didn't post a link. Okay. So, PvE is playable for free, and will grant a small reward. I'll just say a bot coin reward after the first successful completion of a mission. Yeah. Thanks, EJ. And AMD, what I'm saying is you might have pasted it, but if it's too long for Twitch, it won't actually send a message. So like you can see my chat right now, and I don't have a link. Or maybe you're not trying to paste a link. What are you trying to paste? Okay, so PvE's been described. Consecutive login bonuses, that's missions for now. We can always add that in later. How do you get colors? So there are a couple ways we could do this. We could say you're earning individual colors. Like you earned yellow, and now you can apply it to your bot if you want. You earned cyan, you can apply that to your bot. But I think for now we'll just go with bot coin. You can spend it on changing your colors. Okay, so that's done. Maybe you can enter a raffle or something for cosmetic items. Whoops, wrong document. Yeah, I wrote that down at least. Okay, do you need more bot coin at higher levels, assuming your win ratio is largely the same? Yeah, this goes into questions here. I need to figure out how you get cosmetics at all. You just buy them with bot coin at first, I guess. You can buy cosmetic items directly with bot coin. And then this part about having to own duplicates, I'd like to do this. I think it's not incredibly easy to do. There's the code. Oh, I see. So part of the issue here, AMD, is this weapon will only be defined if you turn the lights on. If you turn the lights off, the weapon's not going to be defined, I guess. Well, also, anyway, it looks interesting. I suggest that you try structuring your code a little bit differently to make it easier for you to add these decisions. This will probably turn into a whole lot of if statements, but it's a good job so far. It's a good job. Yeah. Yeah, and I'd say look into at some point learning some HTML too. Because if you learn HTML, what you can do is you can have all of this just print out on the screen. So you could do things like let's just go to this page, for example. Let's go to some random page, actually, the botland page. So I could say something like, I could have text print out here saying like, hey, you're in a hallway. Do you want to go left or right? And I could have a button for left and a button for right. And then it could say afterward, like, oh, now you found a sword. Do you pick it up? And you could have like a pick it up button and just leave it. So yeah, good job. So a cosmetic item can only be applied to one particular bot at a time. This is so that there's a reason to own multiple cosmetic items, especially when you can have an army of 15 plus bots. So I don't know how this would work exactly, because right now the way that things work is that you're defining cosmetics for a particular blueprint. So if I want to, when I join a game, I could say, okay, I want a whole bunch of these things. And yeah, that won't be able to work in the future. And it'd actually be probably pretty weird. I don't know how we'll accomplish this exactly. Okay. Yeah, and I guess I'll write this down. You can also earn cosmetic items randomly as prizes, e.g. hitting milestones, winning enough. Yeah, that's fine actually. Okay, so that's a whole lot of stuff that I just wrote out. So yeah, what do you spend real money on? I guess just Botcoin. So why do other games put an intermediate currency in? There's like in King of Thieves they have gold and then they have those blue currency, that blue currency you can buy. As part of it is the blue currency you can't ever lose. Also, this does not follow the what I wrote down here for how you get Botcoin. I wrote out some big chart here. I don't know if I like this. I think if you attack someone else, you should be able to win Botcoin from them. And it should probably be based on, I don't know, something like, I guess your computer. Maybe I forgot to write something here actually. Yeah, life of the CPU, Botcoin mining, and Botcoin storage. I forgot to write that down. Yeah, I'm not sure. What determines how much Botcoin you get by beating someone? Maybe just the level of their CPU? Would that be interesting? Then every single person is worth as much as every other person. I think it should be something that the defender dictates, e.g. how much Botcoin they're generating. This adds another balance point though. If they get Botcoin from winning attacks, winning defenses, and also just periodically from their own computer. Then I don't know. I kind of like the idea I did have originally here with this chart, wherever it is. This thing about like, yeah, you can generate from your Botcoin mining operation, but you can only hold so much, and you can only harvest it when you're holding as much as you can or when you're out of it from your source. Win of that day is a good idea. Then win could be multiplied by 3, for instance. And hey, MC Finest Goal. I don't think I've seen you in forever, if I have indeed seen you here before. I'm pretty sure you used to come here a long time ago. Who am I thinking of then? It's apparently not you. Who was that? Oh no, it is you. You have 20 hours. Yeah. Welcome back. And hey, Sean. Yeah, McFinest Gold. I haven't seen you in a long time. To the point where I clearly almost forgot who you were. What's up? What's making you be able to come back? So this system incentivizes you to log in as soon as you can harvest, which is not necessarily after a deterministic amount of time. It could also be bad if you choose exactly who you want to play against, but you don't. Like, I think this system is okay. I just think it's a hard to understand system. Oh wow, okay. And hey, Codebreaker. Okay, sorry. When you said I should learn HTML, I needed to tell you that I know some, not much, but some. I want to get buttons and stuff, so I need help. I haven't learned much though. I'd have said this sooner, but I was working out some kinks in the game. Still a bug or two, but I'll be fine. Yeah, and I don't know how much you want to get done with the game itself, because if you want it to be like there are 40 choices in the game or something, then yeah, maybe you want to learn other things before completing it. But if there's like 5-6 choices, then I'd say yeah, just finish it up. As far as learning HTML, I think you can start by doing something like this, where you're like button click HTML or something like that, and then you'll get to this. The very first thing that comes up is like, hey, here's a button, and it calls a function when you click it. There's a try me, so you can click. Whoops, you can click this, and it says hello world. And you can imagine the way that you would want this to work is this would say something like, you see a hallway, will you enter it? And you click enter the hallway, and then it says you've entered the hallway, blah blah blah. So yeah, I think that by adding buttons you can make it a little easier for the user to play the game. Still haven't learned JavaScript, even though I try so hard. Well, I think maybe you could go about it a different way then. So, MC Finest Gold, I think you can try, like, start with one topic online, and then find someone in real life who already knows it, and get them to help teach you. But yeah, AMD, I think now's the time to learn then. So functions on their own are not very difficult to understand. You have something like this, say hi to name. And the function might look like hi name. And that's it. There's my function. So now when I call it, I can say hi to Adam. And I can say hi to AMD. And that's it. That's the very basics of functions. And hey, LV Rollins. So if you want to use this for yourself, you should learn a little more about this, of like, what is this called? Like, why does it work the way that it does? But that's it. It's not incredibly complex or anything. So successfully defending against an attack, I said, should give you money. I don't know how this should give you money. Maybe every time you defend against an attack, this gives you money based on your bot coin mining operation. This gives you money based on how much they've mined, how many bot coin they've mined. In school, absolutely no one knows anything about computers or programming. Well, okay, that might be true, but maybe your parents can help you find someone. Maybe maybe there's a family member who knows, or a family friend or something like that. But I think that if you ask someone in real life, as opposed to finding help online, they'd be more willing to help you learn, and they can tailor it to you. Lunadari starts in 2 hours. So your computer can be upgraded. How much bot coin you can mine at a time. how much bot coin can be stored. Could you give me an example of doing a specific action via function so it doesn't run a variable that you don't want it to run because of a decision you made? In my game, if you go left, turn, or right on a sword, sudden. Hey, die. Suddenly goes to a variable for when you go right and find the light. Well, so AMD, I think, like, I could help you with this, but I think looking up online, like, how to make a text adventure game, I think researching how you might do this is a good idea, because you'll find out how other people have structured their code, how they end up doing things, and going through this way of doing things will probably teach you a lot more. Okay, so this happens automatically. Okay, so how much bot coin you can mine, or I guess like how quickly you mine bot coin, how much bot coin can be stored. I think these two should be put together. Yeah. Alright, I think that's pretty much everything. Okay. So that's a whole lot. Let's see, has anyone been playing the game? I don't think so. There were 92 games, but I don't know when the last one was. Is everything still online? Let's just make sure. Nice. So, hey, everything's been online for like 6 hours, and it's still working, which is good. So I can put down a bunch of bots if I want, and then tell it to start the game. There. I better win this. My bots were getting ripped apart at first. Alright, see you, AMD. Yeah, and Nick Finest Gold, let me link you one other thing that I find pretty helpful. I think you should read through this. This is only about a page, but it's just some expectations I think you should learn if you're going to start learning how to code, or read through these if you're going to start learning how to code. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I don't think Code Academy is great. I think it's like a decent way to get started. So I eventually need to answer all of these questions before moving forward. Where is that to do? Answer all the questions from the design doc, and then clean up the to-do list. This is just something I need to do. Clean up this entire to-do list. It'll take hours. And get to coding. Yeah. So this weekend I should record a video. Record a video about the changes to the game. I know how to do an if-then statement, but nothing else sticks to me. So McFinest Gold, that's why I honestly think you should read through that document just sent. I think this is really important, and I really think you should internalize a lot of this about setting expectations. Like, and especially on this sort of thing, are you having fun and are you learning something? Because if so, that's it. That's all you need to do at first. You're not trying to like please a boss right now and make sure that, oh my god, I met the deadline and this code is operating at 112 percent efficiency from what it used to be or something like that. You don't need to worry about that stuff. All you need, you can make the worst possible program, but if you had fun doing it and you learned something about functions or if statements or arrays, then great, perfect. That would be an interesting video with all the changes. So the video is probably going to be like, I'll show off how things are working now and say this is just how things will be. Because Hideo, the videos are mostly for the people who aren't as tuned into the stream. There. Go bots. Actually, as a defender, blind firing artillery might be interesting. And in fact, that's the kind of asymmetry that I think defenders could have. Hardware that only they might want. Or maybe defenders are allowed to blind fire artillery, but attackers can't. Or they both can. I don't know. Like, there's a whole bunch of stuff we could figure out. What programming software do you use? So, all of the software questions are in the FAQ at this point. There's the what program are you using for blank, and I put them all here. So Sublime, Postman, Conemu, KeyPass, VirtualBox. I mean, if you don't recognize something like MS Paint, there's no real reason to share that with you. Same thing with like Explorer or Chrome. I didn't list that stuff here, but everything else is there. So write out the design. How can I spend my money? Is there PvE? Oh yeah, it would be nice to have missions where you had to be the defender. No, it's not. It wouldn't be nice to have that. Get rid of that. How will balance play out? I'm not sure. Okay, so here's what's probably going to happen next week. Because I think I'm going to start to get going pretty soon here. I've been online for, 7 hours and 20 minutes. And I took a shorter lunch than normal too. So next week, we're going to kick this prototype into overdrive. We're going to get to the point where you guys can create defenses and like kind of share them sort of. And then you'll be able to play against other people's defenses too. I think those two goals will take a couple of days. So yeah, midweek next week, we should know whether or not this is gonna stick. So yeah, it should be by the end of August. I hope that we get done with most of this. And when I say spend a couple weeks, I think those goals will take alright. Yeah. So, you guys, thank you for watching. I'll be back on Monday. And I hope you guys have a great weekend. I am going to host Caleb Hart, who is playing Pokemon. Yeah. Okay. Catch you guys later. See you on Monday.